worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point of sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Back in the air, the FAA has approved Boeing's protocols to address safety issues on the cargo jet model involved in last year's fatal UPS plane crash. The agency grounded all McDonnell Douglas MD-11 and MD-11F jets in November following the accident and prohibited all flights until operators finished inspections and corrective actions. Boeing has owned McDonnell Douglas since 1977. FedEx has now resumed operating its MD-11F planes. UPS retired its MD-11s after the crash. The U.S. airline business is primed for a new round of mergers as low-cost carriers get squeezed by the oil price spike. Deutsche Bank analyst Michael Lindenberg predicts low-cost carriers such as JetBlue and Frontier may see decreases in bookings from budget-minded travelers, and that would mean increased financial pressure on top of the pressure of high jet fuel prices. The analyst says industry leaders such as United and Delta are in a better place financially. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
The Padres visit Philly for what's sure to be a fun midweek series on Tuesday, June 2nd and Wednesday, June 3rd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, June 4th at 1:05. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. We'll be seeing Reds in South Philly when Cincinnati is in town on Monday, May 18th and Tuesday, May 19th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, May 20th at 1:05. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The working families of La-Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. Here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Tuesday morning, May 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure. Over on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Don Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers on this Tuesday, because we have a ton of good stuff to get into. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Yes, indeed. Tuesday, which means it's time for a Tuesday Gregory story.
Why are so many older adults skipping the doctor and going to weed dispensaries?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Older adults are the fastest growing group of cannabis consumers in the U.S., with many turning to edibles for pain, sleep, and anxiety after running out of other options. Most participants in a new study chose a combination of THC, CBD products, hoping to get the benefits of both compounds without being locked into just one. Fear of getting high, concerns about drug interactions, and doubts about whether CBD alone actually works were the most common hesitation across all product types. Many older adults are making these decisions with little or no input from their doctors, relying instead on friends, online research, and product marketing.
Advertising works, and you're being a Google doctor. It doesn't have anything to do with the cost of healthcare. Maybe marijuana being a cheaper route?
Makes sense.
Is it cheaper? I don't know.
I have no idea. I just know healthcare is expensive. I don't purchase marijuana, but I don't know.
In a new study published by the JAMA Network, Open examines a trend reshaping how older adults manage their health. Researchers interviewed 169 adults aged 60 to 85, averaging around 71 years old, who were interested in using cannabis edibles, like gummies, chocolates, or capsules, for pain, sleep problems, or mental health concerns like anxiety and depression. Most were women, most were white, and most were highly educated.
Okay.
What emerged is a portrait of a generation quietly self-medicating with a product many clinicians still feel poorly prepared to discuss.
All right, so it's big in the Katie and Karen crowd.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, because I don't really know this stuff too well, do edibles enter the bloodstream and get you to your desired state quicker than the old-fashioned way of smoking marijuana?
It's a good question. I think it's more. I think it's the amount. I think it hits you harder. I'm not 100% sure. I don't do edibles. I can't say that, but I've never. I don't do edibles.
Not on a routine basis.
Thank you.
Well, if we have any street pharmacists in the YouTube chat, and you want to tell us the going rate for edibles, maybe we could do a cost analysis today on seeing your doctor and paying for your prescription or hitting your deductible versus give me 50 milligrams of this.
46 participants said they had run out of other options, including prescription drugs, over-the-counter remedies, physical therapy, acupuncture, massage, and viewed cannabis as a last resort. So it's not necessarily the cost, according to this study.
Interesting.
It is just a last resort. Like nothing else is working, so let me try this.
I got to tell you, a big believer in chiropractic, big believer in massage. I've done acupuncture, and I've done it multiple times.
Yeah.
Didn't feel the benefit of it at all. I really doubt the efficacy of acupuncture. I've had it on my
Some
neck.
people believe in it. Some people it works for them, though.
Oh, yeah. No, no question. I could totally see it working for some people. I've had it many times, and I just, other than being, pricked with a pin, I didn't feel a damn thing. I didn't feel like I got anything out of it, but...
Some people even take their dogs
jeez.
to acupuncture.
Oh, God. Come here, buddy boy. Go stick 13 needles in your
that
paws.
needle?
Does anybody take your dog to a chiropractor, too?
Some people do.
My dog's spine is out of alignment. Give Fido an adjustment. All right. Very good. We have a lot to get to on the program today. Democrats think that not only are elections rigged by Republicans in regards to Virginia, we'll get to that, but also Democrats think that the Trump shootings, attempted assassinations, all three of them were staged. That'll be the theme of the Big Take today. It's also college graduation season, and did you realize that commencement speeches are a dangerous thing to do, and they're being canceled because of partisan politics? We'll get into that. And then also, I saw some of the clips and the reaction yesterday, and I didn't realize this actually occurred on, I think it was Sunday night. Netflix had a roast of Kevin Hart, and Pete Davidson was one of the guys doing the roasting, and he made a joke about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Internet lit their hair on fire.
Oh, God. Everybody just with their panties in a bunch over a joke.
We'll get to that. Also,
by the way, has anybody said anything about Pete Davidson and the and Tony Hinchcliffe, who everybody here loves to kill Tony? His joke, his joke, Tony Hinchcliffe's joke to Pete Davidson was, Pete, you're a giant disappointment. Your father must be turning over in his rubble because he was killed on 9/11.
Oh.
So jokes are, roasts are supposed to be mean and they're supposed to be cruel.
And that's
exactly what they did.
Right. There's
so
no
everybody
rules.
calm down. You can't make fun of things. Shut up.
There's no rules for roasts.
Oh, God.
As Tom Brady realized about a year ago.
So stupid, these people.
Speaking of stupid, hantavirus. How about this? We have more updates, more states. Count them, 8 now. 8. We'll give you that. And in the world of crazy, crazy usually originates from California. California wants to curb outdoor smoking. We're going to get into that coming up in a little bit. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and much more. But let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:07. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this Tuesday morning. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this May the 12th. We're at 40? Wow, we're only at 49 degrees, but we're going to warm up to, looks like a nice 69, sunshine. So we'll talk about the forecast upcoming. Will there be a warm up for the weekend? PGA golf in town. So will it be nice golfing weather? A lot of questions as we head into the news this morning. So 2 different police pursuits to tell you about in Philadelphia. First, I'll take you to the most recent one that happened last night, that investigation taking police into the overnight hours. So that one started with 2 women being carjacked in the city's Oxford Circle section late last night. The victims were able to give police the license plate number. So police later spotted the car. A Jeep Grand Cherokee followed it until it crashed into a pickup truck, and that happened in the city's Frankfurt section. So after the crash, the suspects, who, by the way, were also suspects apparently at some point in the evening in an armed robbery, they took off on foot, but police were able to catch up with them. They say one was captured after getting caught in barbed wire, and officials say that guy was wearing one shoe. By the time the police caught up with him, officials say as well, they got the gun that was still inside the stolen vehicle. 2 juveniles here taken into custody. So they're not releasing their names, mugshots,
or their descriptions.
Well, luckily we have that for you covered 24/7.
A male, possibly white.
So they did find, like I say, the semi-automatic, at least one semi-automatic gun inside the stolen Jeep, and the driver of the pickup truck was said to be okay. Carjacking victim.
Barbed wire, you say, huh?
Barbed wire.
Yeah. Big fan of bad guys having to land on barbed wire. Yeah, it's meant to cause
justice
and pain and damage.
And we do have, it's Law Enforcement Appreciation Week, as we've been talking about, of course, and we're supporting the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And so we want to think about law enforcement, those injured on the job. In this case, a New Jersey police officer recovering, thank God, at home after being injured. This all started as a police pursuit that ended in a crash. It was a police pursuit that took the officer from New Jersey into Philadelphia. So it ended up in a crash along Tarsdale Avenue in the Holmesburg section of Philadelphia. The officer was hospitalized, but we're told at some point overnight was released from the hospital to recover at home. And they're not giving a lot of additional information, not releasing a lot about the suspect or the vehicle involved. So the other guy got away, the bad guy got away, essentially, in that case. We have a GoFundMe raising more than $85,000 in what's truly a heart-wrenching case. This is the South Jersey community that I've been talking about, rallying around the family of this 7-year-old little boy, Hunter Smith, who was killed. And that was Friday afternoon, struck by his school bus, just literally feet from his home. A real tragedy here. And you think about it, happened Friday afternoon after school, Mother's Day weekend. This is Hunter Smith of Gibbstown, New Jersey, South Jersey. Hit around 4:30 or 3:40 in the afternoon, I should say, Bennett Ave and Ashton Drive. So neighbors, responding officers, and I told you about this yesterday, performing CPR before he was transported to the hospital, where tragically those doctors at Cooper University Hospital and nurses, they were not able to save his life. I know this is it's just a devastating story. The community speaking out about the sweet little 7-year-old boy. They did have video of a woman, presumably the bus driver, because the bus driver was a female who had been a bus driver, had never had any incident problems. But there's at least one woman, frantically, banging on a neighbor's door, asking for help, so we believe that perhaps that was in fact the bus driver, but they're not releasing the investigation. So this obviously remains under investigation. They're not telling us exactly what happened. A lot of witnesses, obviously, but the community, those witnesses not really speaking out. It's pretty tight-lipped and devastating. The school has grief counselors there at the local, especially his grade school, Hunter's grade school. But, oh my gosh, the coverage on this and all the community outpouring, the GoFundMe, like I say, more than $85,000 to pay for the funeral expenses and all of that.
And they haven't released the footage of the school bus camera with the actual...
No, they're not going to release.
Okay. I'm trying to think...
release that.
So...
right now, at least.
The kid, 7 years old.
Hunter.
How fast does a school bus have to be going to kill you? I'm trying to... It was immediately after drop-off.
Yes.
I mean, was the kid 50 yards out in front of the bus and the bus starts to rev up and hit 30 miles an hour and then hit the kid? I'm trying to figure out how this person with a spotless track record.
Think of the weight of a bus, dude, and think of like a kid.
Well, how fast does a bus go the first 10 yards it takes out of a stop? 4 miles an hour? That would kill you?
Here's the thing. It just shows you how fast these things can happen and why they have that stop arm, because kids sometimes...
Yeah, you know that stop arm, right, Nick?
I go through it all the time. Yeah.
No, I mean, but seriously, sometimes, because the kids sometimes, you think they're going to go this way, they go back around this way.
Right.
So it's why they have such strict protocols that you make sure that the kid gets, to the other side or where they're going. But, the house apparently was right there. I don't know if the child's mom, for example, was mom right at her doorstep? Did she witness this? I don't have this information.
Right.
So that they're being very tight-lipped about that, and I don't think that we'll see this video released anytime soon. Out of sensitivity, they've got a funeral upcoming, and this community is traumatized.
Is the bus driver charged with any crime?
That's a good question.
That's what. No, I said
Okay.
I did report that there are no charges.
No charges.
Because this whole thing remains under investigation, and in fact, they're not even releasing the name of this 48-year-old woman who worked for Holcomb Transportation and was described, by the company as someone who had zero prior impeccable record. No prior incidents.
Right.
No problems.
That's what I had said yesterday. I think we should give school bus drivers a lot of credit for what they they tolerate and how on high alert they need to be when kids are on the bus or getting off. And I'm thinking yesterday, and I said this yesterday, you have to look on both sides. You have to make sure that they're not hanging out behind the bus when they get off. I mean, you have to have your head on a swivel, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how this bus driver with a spotless track record would have such a glaring error in paying attention or judgment that it would kill the kid.
And again, I don't even know that they're claiming the error. Really am being careful with this because I just don't know the circumstance of what happened here.
Right. Yeah.
And that's, it's just devastating, and it really shows you the importance of, you think, even if the parent is there, of everybody just making sure you have that contact and you have the children secure. And that's why these crossing guards who've been under fire. I mean, how many crossing guards have we even talked about there are all these problems with people getting mad at the crossing guard, but that's why crossing guards are so important.
Yeah.
Right in and around the school, because these kids are little, and sometimes the bus driver can't see them if they run. They think they're across and then they run back over.
Yeah, and we had the story with the guy in Philly last week, Mr. Ransom.
It happened that fast.
It did.
Stuff. So we have all of that going on. My gosh, there's so much happening in the news. We want to talk about, since I'm on the point of school, I will tell you that screen time in question in Lower Merion's school district, school leaders proposing this new policy surrounding technology use. And so the parents and students packing this meeting of the school district's policy committee, this is right over City Ave, obviously the main line of Philadelphia, happened last night. During the meeting, the committee proposed repealing the current technology policy. In favor of one, they say better outlines how students should use tech, as well as how it would be monitored and restricted. So they read this through last night. School board members say there will be a second reading before the committee meets in June to be considered by the full board. The issue here is, right now, parents have the right to opt out of using a tablet or the screens in school. In other words, some parents say, I don't want my kids on a screen all day. I would prefer they listen in class and then they have their book out, and they can keep the books at school nowadays. But in this one, the issue is the district wants to have a uniform policy. Every kid is using the tablet and the technology in school and not having this. Some kids can opt out. Some kids can have hybrid. They want a uniform policy. Everybody in the school, when the teacher says, get out your tablet, we're going to do the math on the tablet, whatever. And that's the controversy here.
It's not really the Chromebook or using technology. It's the fact that kids at home are just constantly they're doing nothing else but sitting there swiping and looking at their phones and looking at their tablets. If you're using, like, we all use computers all day long. Every business, except for the blue collar construction type jobs, you're using some sort of computer all day. You have to be ready for that in life.
Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
The issue is more of what they're doing, the extracurricular crap they're doing there. So it's not
or accessing stuff on the school device in school that they shouldn't be if they somehow have a loophole around it.
Well, I will. The only thing I'm going to push back on is that in a lot of classes, instead of taking notes, and this goes to the taking notes and handwriting issues, there are some schools of thought that say it's better for you, and you have this connection between your brain and literally writing something on a piece of paper, that there is evidence and there have been studies. Yes,
yep, that's
that
what
you
I
have
used
retention.
I
that's
used to be
a
huge note taker. Like, I was that guy frantically writing down everything because it helped me retain the information on test time.
I mean, it's no secret that, like, we don't remember things we used to because of the, like, we're not retaining information like we used to. Because
I don't know what I had for dinner last night.
All the evidence points to just think about when you're driving around now and you need to go somewhere, you put on Waze or GPS,
right?
You know what I mean?
Nobody can navigate anywhere on their own.
Nobody can navigate anywhere. But when we learned how to drive, we all knew, hey, to get to Bobby's house, you go up to Green Street, you make a left. You go up to, Fillmore Street, you make a right. Now we just follow GPS. We don't do that. So that little anecdotal evidence right there shows you that we're not able to comprehend. I mean, I used to sit there and memorize things and all that stuff. Like now it's just if I don't know something, I just look it up. I look it up. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and then I forget it in 6 minutes.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: if you're fortunate enough to go to a school district that offers the option of the textbook or the tablet, as a parent, which one would you prefer? I would prefer textbook, but I also don't want to stunt their growth with technology either. So it's kind of a delicate balance, right?
Yeah, I will tell you, I think that it's better for the learning experience to not have those. I know this is not going to be popular among a lot of people. I would say get the tablets out of most classrooms, not all.
Interesting.
Some are effective, but overall, I would say, the use for the tablets could be to avoid lugging all those books home and doing homework.
I wonder what's cheaper for the school, the publication and the printing and purchasing of all of the books versus the tablets.
And that raises a good question
probably
too.
Probably factored in with school budgets, right?
But a lot of them have. So a lot of them you can leave your books, the heavy books. You leave them in your desk, in your locker, or at the school.
Yep.
In the classroom, they leave the books there. Then when you go home, part of the issue is that on the tablet, the book is in the tablet.
Yeah.
But overall, I think it's proven that if they're handwriting, if they're listening in class, they're paying attention, if they have the book, they retain what they've learned. And there's a deeper sense of learning. It depends on the subject, too.
Right.
But in this one, I do understand that sometimes if you're the teacher, then you have to keep one kid, their parents opted out, and
that's
that
ridiculous.
Creates a whole
that's ridiculous.
can of worms.
Right. It should be a universal thing for everybody, whether it's the Chromebooks or whether it's actual. Do they do actual textbooks anymore? Does anybody have actual text? They do.
Yes.
In like elementary school and stuff.
Yes.
Do they still cover the books with?
Yes.
Brown paper bags.
That was the best. That was the best. That's what the poor kids used to do, like me. And we would do grocery bags. The bougie kids would have like those plastic ones with all the decorations on it. I just went old school giant grocery bag.
But you could also you could buy them at the dollar store.
Yeah.
Those book covers, they're cheap. But a lot of them nowadays, to your point about covering them, you don't have to take them home, so you don't have to cover them anymore.
Right.
You just leave them in the classroom.
That's true.
But the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania provides those books, whether they're public or private. So even if you're a private school, because think about it, the parents paid the taxes. So every student, whether you're private or public, you have access to and you receive all of those books.
Hey, Dawn, we have a call in regards to your news. How about this? 855-839-1210.
Just take the call.
So
for God's
honored.
sake.
I'm sorry, Greg. Ray and Warminster, get the call in right away. Right in the middle of the news before you hang up. Go ahead, Ray.
Horrible story, Dawn. I mean, horrible to hear that. My heart goes out to the family and the community. So, when I went to high school, I graduated from in Warminster. I won't say the name, but it's on York Road. Anybody that lives in Warminster knows what high school I'm talking about. The buses would pull it. They still do. They pull in right in front of the high school. And when you walk out the front door of the high school, maybe the bus line's maybe 50 feet away from the front door. That's how close it is, right? About 2 or 3 years after I graduated high school, a young man tripped and he got ran over by the school bus right in front of the school and was killed. Right. So,
I'm so sorry.
It's not the first. I mean, I've heard about this before, and these freak accidents, there's no rhyme or reason for them to happen. But man, I wish we didn't have to hear that story, Dawn. Yeah. Honestly, it's just tragic.
It is. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
And you hear that, everybody is talking about it in the community because it's a small, tight-knit community in South Jersey. So Greenwich, Hunter Smith. So that GoFundMe continues, and they're doing different fundraisers. They had kind of a vigil last night. So we have all of that going on that we're following for you. Pennsylvania Supreme Court Justice David Wecht announcing yesterday. Is this in your big take? Wait, what's your big take today again? Where'd he go?
It's not on this.
Okay, it's not. I'm sorry. There was so much going on that he announced yesterday he's leaving the Democrat Party. He says that the party's acquiescence to Jew hatred is why he's turning from Democrat to independent.
Yeah, big story.
So it's a big story. Linda Kearns actually texted. Did she text all of us, or she texted me last night? She was like, "Wow, that this happened last night." So he ran, obviously, as a Democrat, aligned with and endorsed Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, the quote was, the anti-Semitism movement has gone from fringe to mainstream.
So
there was just a poll. I think it was Harry Enton yesterday. It's like 60% of Americans now not only hate Bibi Netanyahu, but the government, the state of Israel. Not necessarily Jewish people specifically, but the actual IDF, the military, the government, the whole bit. I mean, he's right in that quote. There's no question. The data backs it up.
So I know we'll get to all of the other stories. There are a lot of details and new details, and we have that big mid-morning news conference from Nebraska, hantavirus. We also have a lot of Trump news because remember, President Trump over Mother's Day weekend, he declared the ceasefire that it was just going to be sort of a truce and a little peacetime, and that was up to the 11th, which was yesterday. Today's the 12th. So things apparently in Iran, those talks, very delicate. That he was calling it, I believe, on life support. We have all of that going on. So much happening that we're going to get to today, but we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Need a little magic? Tired of your old kitchen? This is incredible. Kitchen Magic offering up to 30% off financing for any budget. Family owned, of course, in Nazareth since 1979. Just visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com, and make someday today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our news, our weather in a moment. But first, with Phil Almquist, sports.
Boy, thank you, Don. We will start in the NBA because even though the Sixers are gone, the playoffs actually do continue. Cleveland beat Detroit 112-103 to tie their series at 2, and the Thunder beat the Lakers, actually swept them 115-110 to advance to the Western Conference Finals. In the NHL, the Avs beat the Wild 5-2 to lead their series 3-1. In baseball, the Phillies were off. They start a 3-game series at Boston night with Zach Wheeler on the hill. Moving on to football, with the NFL schedule getting released on Thursday, we've started to get a few leaks, including Dallas facing the Giants on the first Sunday night game of the year on September 13th, and the Birds traveling to Dallas to face the Cowboys on Thanksgiving at 4:30.
How about that? And the game is on Fox. I know that a lot of people were speculating about the relationship between the National Football League and the Murdochs and the relationship with Fox and losing out on games. Yeah, we got a nice big one on Thanksgiving.
That's a huge game.
Oh, it'd be great. Cowboys will
Thanksgiving,
be Cowboys will be 4-7 at that point. Can't wait.
What's the time? 4:30.
4:30.
Yeah, that's the perfect time.
That is the perfect time.
Yeah. So then
you don't want to be a late game. You'll be
I'll be in a nap for a third time.
I'll be driving home from Connecticut at the late game. So,
but if it's 4:30, so when do you just put out like a buffet at that point?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm either going to be eating at 3:00 or at halftime.
Why is it that we do Thanksgiving? And I know it's May, and we should be having it.
Because it's a family time,
no,
and you
hang
set
on.
the table.
Hang on, lady.
And you work hard.
Hang on.
And then nobody's like, we're watching the game. Good, watch the game.
Why do we start eating at 3:00 or 2:00 on Thanksgiving? Like, why is that a thing?
We don't.
Well,
So you eat dinner, Dawn?
Our family does. Well, my late great sister-in-law Kathleen was at her house at 6 p.m.
Really?
But she just passed away. Remember? So
what do you do, Kale?
Beloved sister-in-law.
Thanksgiving is typically an earlier feast than Christmas. Christmas and same with New Year's. Christmas, 5:30, 6.
Yeah, sure.
Same with New Year's. Thanksgiving is kind of like, well, you've already dealt with the in-laws for an hour and a half, and you've had a bourbon. It's like, it's 4:02.
Just one bourbon?
Give me that second plate. Yeah. Yeah, there is something about that because I think you also get up. Well, I take that back. You don't get up earlier unless you have kids. If you have kids on Christmas, you're up early because they're dying to open their gifts.
Mm-hmm.
But Thanksgiving, you have the parade in the morning. Mm-hmm. Some of us may be watching an old football game that matters to them.
High school football too.
Yeah, that's right.
It's typically what I do when I go to Connecticut. And then
they play high school football in Connecticut.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought it was just a women's basketball state.
Nope.
All right.
Love that. And then regarding college football, Indiana. Wow. And then regarding college football, Indiana visited the White House yesterday. First, here's Indiana's head coach, Kirk Cignetti.
Oh, wait, hang on.
For this great visit today, for President Trump, we have some Hoosier gear. which a couple of years ago they were giving away. Now you got to pay a lot of money for this stuff. So really appreciate this great opportunity and this great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So he's now presenting Trump a jersey with Trump 47 on the back.
How many of those worthless jerseys does Trump have?
Got to be 7 or 8 now at this point, right?
Exactly.
6 maybe.
Or are they donated?
Oh, no, it's in boxes in
No, I'm sure. No,
Mar-a-Lago.
I'm just saying.
We learned all that. He keeps all of them.
No, I know.
How about a helmet?
Give him the helmet.
Here we go. We got a signed football, 16-0, fast, physical, relentless, go IU,
Wow.
Kurt Signetti, and player.
That's great, Kurt.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for this. He's like a Make-A-Wish kid.
We just got an IU
You can play
also.
football too.
You know what? I have a theory now. It just dawned on me. No
What?
pun intended, Dawn. Dan Borowski was at the White House yesterday.
Oh.
Dan Borowski's an Indiana Hoosier fan. He doesn't have any maternity leave left or whatever he's out for. He was down in D.C. to watch his football program with the president.
You know who wasn't in D.C.?
Who?
Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's got to get ready for OTAs.
Yeah, Trump spoke about it.
This season was also historic because starting quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Now, the reason he's not here, he was so nice he called, because he has actually, JD's a big fan of ours. You wouldn't believe it because he didn't show up. I'm not happy, but that's okay. Sure. The reason he didn't, because he's at spring training, right?
Spring
And I
training.
actually
Well,
said-
training camp, mini camp,
You really
actually.
let him, he's got to win, and I think he's going to win pretty early, Coach, right? You think pretty good?
Well, time will tell.
He's going to be a good one. Time will tell. A lot of people said they're going to win, but I think he will. No, he's been great, and he's at spring training, like his first day or something. I said, you better go there. But he became Indiana's first. Otherwise, if I didn't do that, I believe me, I wouldn't have even talked about him. I would have not, if he was not here for other reasons, like he didn't like Trump or he didn't want to come, I wouldn't have even mention him. I'd go through the whole, I'd talk about how great, I wouldn't even mention the quarterback's name. But he's a great guy, actually, and he is actually a big fan of what we're doing for our country.
I said it was a weak excuse.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza didn't go.
Yeah.
No, I think it. Oh, sorry.
I see the argument for being weak, but I also, again, that kid, he didn't socialize with women in college because he wanted to win. He said, "You're a distraction, lady."
Yeah, but the thing about it is, it's basically your first day on a new job, and there's no way. Like I think of especially David, if he had missed something, like they are so serious about it, and Trump understands that it's a work ethic.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I took off Friday for an orthodontist for my girls. I got barbecued for it.
It's true.
Yes, but were you the number one pick? I'm just asking.
I think I am.
But it's.
No.
Phil,
No,
why
I
did
was-
you even have to ask that question?
I was a 5th round
This is what we do
compensatory
on
pick. They brought me back for the veteran minimum.
No, but I mean, you wouldn't have called out on the. It's basically your first day reporting.
Yeah.
And that first day and that first impression is very important.
It is. No, it is. You're right. And you can always go back to the White House. He could go, and mini camp is what? A week or so?
Yeah.
He
A
could
couple
go,
days, yeah.
he could go down next week if he wants.
He
Fly down on his
probably will.
private charter.
He could. They could have. The Raiders could have moved minicamp back a week or a day.
They're not going to move it back.
Yeah, they're not going to
they're not
set
gonna
it back
No
with
way.
52 other guys.
Stop.
Maybe he'll be at UFC when they go there.
I still can't believe they beat Alabama by 35.
By the way, front row tickets to the UFC at the White House is going for $1 million.
No way.
Yeah.
And those are available to the public?
Yeah,
Good
if you have
God.
cash?
free. They're free.
They're free, but yeah.
But yeah, $1 million, $1 million tickets for ringside at UFC. Wow, 4,000 plus spectators.
Put us down for 4. We'll go as a show.
That's Sports for Kayal and Company.
All right, Phil. Currently 49 degrees. As Dawn said, it's going up to a pleasant and sunny 69 today. And how about this? For the next week, no rain in the forecast. 72 for your Wednesday, 66 on Thursday, 72 on Friday. And then for the weekend, 83 on Saturday and 90 on Sunday.
Oh man, we're getting to 90 already.
Oh, for your PGA Championship at Aronimink. Oh, let's go. No rain in the forecast until at least next Monday. How about that? Philly weather, there you go. We'll come back, get to a Tuesday morning big take. The rigging Republicans and disillusioned Democrats. It's on the other side. But first, let's talk about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can transform any living space this summer, indoors or outdoors, during the Memorial Day sales event, which is coming up shortly at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just past the last few days, we were able to transform our outdoor living space with a beautiful 2-seat bistro wood table and chairs for my patio, and it looks incredible. You can see the video on my X feed. Always a great time walking through Bucks County Estate Traders, and also out back where they have even more storage and more product. 58,000 square feet. I actually think it's probably closer to 60 when you factor in the garages out back. Over 17,000 plus items in their showroom, and it's filled with high quality, built to last furniture, and the variety is amazing. No matter your style, you're going to find beautiful pieces for every room in your home, inside or out, plus a huge selection of patio and deck furniture, as well as sunroom furniture, perfect for the summer season. Memorial Day sales event. Here's what you need to know. Coming up May 15th through the 31st, you have 16 days. You're going to save store-wide anywhere from 20 to 50% off. That's right. And if you're able to take it home yourself, an additional discount for you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by in Hatfield and check out their beautiful showroom. And as always, make sure you tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Turn off the lights at night. A small night light is okay, but National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences research finds women who slept while exposed to light, either from a lamp or TV, had an increased risk for obesity, breast cancer, and sleep disorders. The theory is artificial light at night suppresses production of melatonin, alters hormones, and promotes weight gain. Researchers believe the findings would be similar in men. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Nick Kale here. As you know, my teammates from the Piazza Auto Group now include 2 Infiniti dealerships, Ardmore and Westchester. Infiniti has a new star player in their lineup, the all-new 2027 QX65. This luxury crossover is sporty, smart, and spacious. With bold style and dynamic performance, take it for a test drive today. More good news, 0% financing for 60 months. That is still available on the award-winning QX60 and QX80 SUVs. Visit Infiniti Ardmore or Infiniti Westchester and tell them Nick sent you.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all: gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed thanks to Price Assure. And make sure you're all set for that first barbecue. They'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
6:40. We are back as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. A ton of great stories to get into today. All over the place, from college commencement speaking to jokes that people can't take to Netflix. And a story from Texas where the AG, Ken Paxton, says, you're spying on children and you're making the autoplay video feature addictive to the kiddies. We'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. But first, let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by United States Postal Service and Ground Advantage. The Big Take, those rigging Republicans and the disillusioned Democrats. You know, election denialism is nothing new in this country. It's gone on for at least 26 years, but certainly has become a common cop-out and an excuse for bad politicians losing to even worse politicians, worse ideas, and lesser parties. Nobody is capable of being a good loser anymore. Very few able to concede and accept defeat and then conduct a post-mortem analysis of where their campaign fell short. Over the last 24 hours, that's gone to an even crazier level here in America. And it's not just about elections. It's about current events and news headlines that grasp the imaginations and the attention span of those who can't stop doom scrolling and going down rabbit holes. Now, I will always entertain a good conspiracy theory. We could talk about any which one you would like. In fact, I subscribe to a few myself. But let's begin on the most benign of fronts, but certainly uber critical, which is the story coming out of the state of Virginia, where the state Supreme Court has denied Democrats of their unconstitutional gerrymandering efforts. Two former mainstream media hacks are actually ripping the Democrat Party, and that would be Chuck Todd, formerly of NBC's Meet the Press, as well as Chris Cillizza, formerly of CNN. Listen and watch this.
The amount of people in politics or who follow politics closely who are Democrats, who were immediately willing to say rigged, bias.
Yeah.
That's exactly how Donald Trump reacts to everything.
It is.
You are literally adopting
as bad as
him.
Trump. Yeah.
It's remarkable. It's like, can you hear yourself?
And, I don't want to sit here and say I told you so, but this is exactly what I feared with the second Trump term, is that there'd be a group of Democrats who will now say, oh, he's changed the rules. Let's play by his rules now. And you're like, no. I mean, look, go ahead and do it, but don't be surprised when voters sort of decide, man, you guys are full of too.
Yep.
And you guys aren't serious about the democracy. Nope. You just are trying to rig it in your direction.
Correct.
And all you're doing is strengthening Trump's argument. And
yes,
Trump's grip.
Republicans are rigging things. That is unbelievable. That's laughable. First of all, Virginia, as a state, has a total of 7 justices on their bench. It's led by Chief Justice Cleo Powell. She is an African-American female and a Democrat. Other justices include Arthur Kelsey, who is labeled a moderate Republican, Stephen McCullough, a Republican who was on the bench before Trump got elected to his first term. In total, 4 of the 7 on the Virginia State Supreme Court are either Democrats, rhinos, or were on the bench for well over a decade. Maybe, just maybe, you tried to engage in an illegal scheme to alter the outcome of an election. It's crazy, I know, but not as crazy as this. Headline from the Washington Post. About 1 in 4 Americans think the April shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was staged, according to a new survey. And roughly 1 in 3 Democratic respondents said they believe the event was staged, compared to just 1 in 8 Republicans. Phil, if you could, please post this graphic from a YouGov poll, courtesy of the Washington Post. And here you will see, if you're watching on YouTube, 3 different assassination attempts against Donald Trump and the party breakdown on who believes what with what happened behind the scenes. With the White House Correspondents' Dinner in April 2026, you'll see that 34% of Democrats believed it was staged. With the Butler, Pennsylvania attempt that took the life of Corey Comparator, you'll see that 42% of Democrats believe the July 2024 shooting was staged. And with the Trump golf course attempt and that shooting, you'll see that 26% of Democrats believe that that was staged as well. So you mean to tell me that it was Donald Trump, in an attempt to gain sympathy and swing an election in his favor, by staging not 1, not 2, but 3 different attacks at 3 different locations? Perhaps, just perhaps, you have wild rhetoric that led to mentally ill people acting on hyperbolic statements and Secret Service security failures. By the way, Cole Allen, who just entered a plea of not guilty yesterday, took public transportation from California, made a pit stop in Chicago, and then entered a D.C. Hilton hotel on the Friday before the event. And this was somehow coordinated by Trump. And then Thomas Matthew Crooks. So you're telling me he signed up to be killed on that rooftop as part of the, hey, let's get 45 back into the White House campaign? Corey Comparator, a firefighter, laid his life down to make America great again. Ryan Wesley Ruth volunteered to hang out in a bush for 12 hours and then try to stage a fake shot on Trump as he strolled up to the tee box on his own golf course and will now spend the rest of his life in prison. And speaking of unanswered questions, we actually have a news story from the Daily Mail on the Thomas Matthew Crooks Butler, PA attempt. How about this? And if you recall, we talked about this. It was in Tucker Carlson's latest podcast. The mystery online figure who contacted the Trump shooter, Thomas Crooks, is finally unmasked, and his messages raise chilling questions about Butler. They write the following. The shadowy figure known as Willie Tepes, who made contact with wannabe Trump assassin Thomas Crooks, is 55-year-old Norwegian neo-Nazi-born Leif Hegermold. He contacted and confirmed exclusively with the Daily Mail. And in a heated message exchange with the Daily Mail, he revealed what he believes was behind Crooks' evil attempt. Hegermold, who told the Daily Mail he learned that he is married with children and lives in Spiderberg, an Oslo suburb, reached out to Crooks 4 years before the attempt on President Donald Trump's life at an event in Butler, PA, after Crooks tagged Tepes in a YouTube comment section of a California gun control related video. Quote, if a gun and a badge is all that is needed, Hegermold told Crooks, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. Quote, we have way more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea, end quote. Crooks' YouTube went dark shortly thereafter, and he was deemed to have no other social media presence. However, Hegermold, continued to freely post inflammatory, violent, often anti-Semitic messages on the Telegram app as recently as just last week, where he's contributed between 4,000 and 5,000 different posts since 2021. He, quote, called for drone swarms and assassins and intentions to kill every single leader, politician, media personality, and Jews. He has been dubbed the Osama bin Laden of the Nazi underworld. The Norwegian even singled out Donald Trump in one post, saying, thank you, Mr. Trump. Those words will be used to hang you, end quote. Trump has really broken the brains of many Democrats and many people. But maybe the voice they should listen to is a man whose brain was legit broken from a stroke. That is Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who has common sense, despite voting Democrat over 75% of the time. Or perhaps even Bill Maher, who will tip his cap to Trump at times. Fetterman joined Bill Maher's Club Random podcast, which dropped yesterday, and this conversation occurred. Listen and watch.
That he says aloud, the way he just voices his interior monologue, there is something not exactly psychologically normal about someone who just vomits their interior monologue, but it gives him a authenticity with people that no one else can possibly match. I saw his interview with Norah O'Donnell after the shooting, like the next day, and she quotes the assassin who called him a pedophile, Hitler, or whatever he called. I mean, could any of the things be true? Yes, anything could be true, but like to just go right to, it's the ballroom syndrome again. Let's just go right to the worst thing because we hate this guy. And that pissed him off a lot. I could see both sides. As a reporter, it is news. Also, it's giving access to the president from the terrorist, I would say, that's terrorism, assassination, nut. You're giving his message. Okay, you could make a case for either one, but his reaction immediately was to her, "You're a terrible person." And he didn't just think it. Like any politician, that's exactly what they're thinking. He just says it. Like, if that's what's in his head, you're a horrible person. You're a disgrace. You're a horrible. And it's like, it's at the same time horrifying and also like, it's kind of like refreshing. It's shockingly the honesty. As someone who loves honesty and has made my career about it as much as I could, there's some level of it where you tip your hat and you go, wow, total honesty.
Pretty amazing. And if you thought Republicans had some wild theories over the years, it's now clear and obvious that much like with political violence, the left has surpassed the right on the bat, sugar, honey, iced tea, crazy meter. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Business moves fast when you ship with USPS Ground Advantage. You can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, the YouTube comment section, always active and lively. We'll get to your comments as we move along. So, Dawn, we have Democrats thinking that Republicans are now rigging court outcomes in a state like Virginia, which is at best a purple state. I would say probably leaning blue more and more. And, of course, the unbelievable polling on the 3 assassination attempts, where even the most recent one, Democrats at a 42% clip say that was staged by Trump, by Republicans. Your thoughts?
Isn't it funny how back when the 2020 election results were questioned, that was crazy, and you don't hear the same pushback on all of this, with the exception of your big take?
It's a good point, yeah. And it's in the left-wing publication, right? It's the Washington Post. It wasn't Breitbart that ran with it. It wasn't a Fox News poll. It's a CBS YouGov poll that the Washington Post aggregated. Pretty amazing.
It is. I think at the end of the day, a couple things with regard to elections, with regard to the issue of the gerrymandering rules, and really all of this. The truth is, I think we have to zoom out and we have to think about the fact that on one side or the other side, these quote unquote political parties, how much power they wield. And at the end of the day, then also think about all of the stories that have been exposed as far as what I call the fleecing of America. I know that Vice President J.D. Vance has been put in charge of that, that task force and looking at all the fraud that's happening. The fraud is staggering. I'll just put it all in there and say, and by the way, that's not just during the previous administration. I think all of this fraud that we hear about, potentially billions of dollars, I think it's like that song, How Long Has This Been Going On? I think this has been going on for decades in our country. It's just gotten worse. And so at the end of the day, I think that's what we have to look at. We have to make all of these individuals accountable and stop allowing them to divide us. In other words, I think it brings forth the argument that we need a third party, an independent party. That's the first thing, because these two political parties are such a hot mess. And that's why we see they're changing identities. It's kind of ironic, right? In a time where we heard about pronouns and how do you identify, I think they're having the identity crisis. And so I simply think we have to be smarter than this and not get played and not be divided.
Yeah. Very interesting. I agree. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2. I love to speak for a living, but if you are a public speaker and you perhaps do this for a living out and about touring the country, now all of a sudden public speaking, especially as a commencement speaker for college graduations, has become a very risky gig. We'll get into that, and then also the lawsuit from Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton against Netflix for allegedly spying on kids. Those stories on the way as hour 2 is on the way here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. My friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill are an elite Lexus dealer for 2025. Amazing people, exceptional service. They're also an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Veteran owned and operated with award-winning service. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles, they'll help you find the Lexus of your dreams. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. JDPower.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
A diagnosis like heart failure, AFib, or valve disease requires specialized expert care. It's serious stuff, and choosing the right heart care team can make all the difference. The heart specialists at Deborah Heart and Lung Center deliver advanced diagnostics and innovative treatment options ranging from minimally invasive procedures to complex cardiac surgery. The result? Measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the country. Because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Have you ever felt like you were living just a B or B plus life? It's so dangerous to live that, more dangerous than a B minus or a C plus life, because when you're living a B or B plus life, you don't change it. You think it's good enough. Is it? I'm Susie Welch. I host a podcast called Becoming You. People think, okay, an A plus life is not available to me, but there is a way. We are all in the process of becoming ourselves. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. It is hour number 2 on this Tuesday. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. Proud partner of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Sounds very elitist, doesn't it? Stotesbury. Sounds like somewhere up in like the New England area.
It's very cool, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very cool event. They'll be out there on the Schuylkill. Right now, take advantage of their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale. Hey, that's buy one, get one, basically. Plus, get 0 down, and payments and interest is gone for 2 years.
Wow.
No payments, no interest. Buy 4, get 4.
Wow.
Don't wait until the heat hits.
Yeah.
Call Window Nation for your fast free estimate today, because a lot of us probably have windows that are not the most energy efficient anymore, and we're letting out heat, we're letting out air conditioned, nice cooled air, and it's going to be reflected on your energy bill.
It's actually a great deal because windows are expensive.
They are.
We got a price for our house, and I was like,
Your head exploded?
yeah.
You saw the estimate?
Holy crap! What you talking about, white boy?
855-839-1210.
By the way, real quick, we had a meeting yesterday. About the live broadcast on May 28th. And first of all, for everybody that registered for tickets already, thank you very much. I'm not kidding when I tell you, like, if you have not registered yet, please register for tickets, 1210wpht.com. I didn't expect them to go as fast as they're going, so I appreciate that. All the money that we're going to raise that morning is going to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We're going to be at FOP Lodge 56 in West Berlin Township, New Jersey. Breakfast will be provided by Stilettos,
gelato, something kinky.
Stilettos.
Stilettos of Mantua.
In Mantua, New Jersey. So register at 1210wpht.com. They're free. The free tickets, like the White House, or like the UFC thing at the White House.
They're valued at $1 million a piece.
Unless you want to grift corporations. Anyway, yeah. Let me curry favor with the White House by buying tickets.
Hey, did you see all the bigwigs going to China with Trump? Talk about corporations?
Who?
There's the head of MasterCard. All of them. Cooks. The Apple dude. I think that's what that Cook was. It Tim Cook? His name is.
Yeah.
I saw the list earlier. It's a who's who.
You mean China, the leader of the free world?
If I was Trump, I would just go up to Xi behind closed doors and be like, I'm about ready to mess you up, man.
My point in all of this is that tickets are going really fast. So go register at 1210WPHT.com for the live broadcast Thursday, May 28th. If you have not done so yet, do it today. Do it right now, actually, at 7:04 in the morning. What else are you doing? Phil, put up the link on the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, Don.
Okay, Don, you were going to say?
Put up the link. So you forgot to mention Elon Musk, the biggest name, who retweeted one of your tweets.
Who, Elon?
Elon is going.
Yeah,
with Trump.
He hasn't been.
President Trump invited Elon, Tim Cook, Larry Fink, other CEOs to join him.
Yeah, of course.
For the China trip. Of
course.
Fink's with what?
Big trip.
Fink is with BlackRock or Blackstone?
Big Lair.
Yeah.
Another Big Lair.
Yeah, I don't trust this guy.
Not Lair Bear.
No. This guy, the guy with Trump. Yeah, Larry Fink.
Yeah, it's all the big corporations who are not like you and me going over there to make sweetheart deals with China. While we're paying $4.56 in gas, and you're paying $1 million for a new iPhone. All the leaders, all the big corporations who look down on you and think you're a sucker, they're all going over there with the president to China to make sweetheart deals that you aren't going to be a part of. So it makes them more money, and we get screwed in the end. But cool. I'm glad the president and these corporate scumbags are going over to China to suck up to them. Great.
When are we going to be on the receiving end of sweetheart deals?
Never.
Who's the guy that you said gave Epstein the sweetheart deal in 2008? The Miami prosecutor or the Florida, whatever his name
Acosta.
was. Yeah,
well, it was under then President George W. Bush.
Yeah, sweetheart deals for Joe Biden's boy. When's Kayal and Company? When's Dawn and Greg and Nikki going to get some sweetheart deals?
So would you rather a president just go over and just like a sugar daddy like the previous administration just dole out our tax dollars rather than promote fair trade and business?
Yeah. You think Elon Musk and Tim Cook, they're all going over there to lobby for free trade and make sure that they don't get the best. Oh, we don't want the best deal possible, please. I can see right through this grift.
Now, this list, by the way, is not an official White House list, apparently. So some of these names have been released by the White House. Others have been leaked. Yeah. But it's a long list. Elon Musk, it's Tesla, CEO Tim Cook, BlackRock's Larry Fink, Boeing's Kelly Ortberg, all of them. I think they were confirmed. But then you have, my gosh, it's a huge list.
It's like 15 people, yep.
GE Aerospace, Goldman Sachs, Illumina, MasterCard, Meta. By the way, that includes, Executive Dina Powell-McCormick, who is Senator Dave McCormick's wife. Remember, she's with Meta. So you have that. Qualcomm, Visa. It's a very long list that was
Qualcomm is still in business.
A big club that we're not invited
Micron Technology.
to. That's right, Joey Bighead. It's a big club that you're not in. Yep.
So in this, I would say that if you're looking at the business side of it, because I'm just trying to counter what Greg is saying, which is fine that you feel that way. That's why we want the transparency. So as long as we have here's the thing I would say, as long as we have transparency and we know whatever deals anybody gets.
Transparency.
And we're pushing for the private enterprise and all of that, but we want the transparency.
Great.
So that's what we will watch for, Gregory.
They're going to go over there hat in hand. They're going to go over there hat in hand saying, "Please, sir, may I have a little porridge, please? Please, sir. Porridge. Just a little bit for me."
You say porridge?
Elon Musk. So those scumbags.
Hey, he retweeted me. I got to defend him.
He stinks.
He does. All right.
Wow.
Speaking of
elitist d-bags,
but the big thing they're going to
people are
the biggest piece of this agenda is not just to cover trade, business deals, export controls, but the big there's a piece of this that's going to affect the Iran war, Taiwan, and AI, artificial intelligence.
They can all sit there in a little club and talk about how they're going to get rich off of it, while the middle class and the people who are driving to work right now listening to us at 708 are getting screwed. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. It's these elite people. That's our royalty. That's our royalty. The president, Elon Musk. That's our royalty. That we. Oh yes. You go over there and talk for the peasants. Talk for us. Yes, please. As they're making deals for themselves and their families.
So who's not on the list that we're talking about? And the list, we don't see the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang. He always wears a leather jacket. He's that guy.
You have a leather jacket on today.
I know, I do.
Right.
It's a new leather jacket.
Looks good.
A lot of sales.
Yeah.
He's just a Wang.
So that's Jensen Huang, H-U-A, not W Wang.
Mr. Wang.
Vitamin.
No offense.
Stop. That's NVIDIA. And by the way, what did he say? He said, quote, "We should let the president announce whatever he decides to announce. If invited, it would be a privilege. It would be a great honor to represent the United States." I don't see him on that list. What about Disney? What about General Motors? What about Google, which is Alphabet? I don't see them on the list.
Interesting.
So now they're not listed here. I'll continue to watch for that, but I don't see them on the list.
Okay. Speaking of big tech, this is a wild story, and I think it's kind of easy to parse through this one and call it out for what it is and put the blame on where it needs to be and hold people accountable. Texas is suing Netflix, and that's the Attorney General Ken Paxton for spying on kids illegally and collecting user data. There's two different versions of this, and both have good points on this as far as the actual allegations or the facts or what they claim the facts are. So USA Today has this. Texas AG Ken Paxton announced yesterday that he was filing a suit against the streaming service alleging violations of the Texas Deceptive Trade Practices Act and seeking to stop the unlawful collection and disclosure of user data and to require Netflix to disable the autoplay feature by default on your kid's profile. Quote, Netflix is not the ad-free and kid-friendly platform it claims to be. Instead, it has misled consumers while exploiting their private data to make billions. According to Paxton's office, it alleges three things: that Netflix tracks and logs users' viewing habits, preferences, devices, household networks, application usage, and other sensitive behavioral data on both adults and kids' accounts. Secondly, Netflix then uses this data to build detailed consumer profiles and sells them to other companies, with the platform making a profit off of it. And third, Netflix also designs its platforms to be addictive, including features like autoplay. So this is really the part that really sticks out to me. And again, Variety says its platform is meant to be addictive, including the autoplay function that creates a continuous stream of content intended to keep users, including children, watching for extended periods of time.
You know, you can turn that off, right? You can turn off the autoplay feature.
Yeah, of course you can. But like, what isn't designed to keep you coming back? There's a thing in radio called TSL. It's time spent listening. We have the biggest TSL of any radio audience in the entire city of Philadelphia. And you know why we do? Because we designed the show to keep you coming back. We craft the show for you to say, boy, I can't wait for 6 a.m. I can't wait for Dawn's News or The Big Take or The Cut Sheet or The Big Three or Fight Club. What business, seriously, what company out there doesn't sit there and say, how do we make our product, our service, our good to be the most desired thing in the marketplace of whatever we compete at? Whether it's selling pizza, creating radio, streaming devices. Like, isn't this once again going back to parents? Right? Like, my kids, they have their own little Netflix profile. My wife created them. It's like a kid version. My wife created their own YouTube TV and YouTube regular app version. Kids stuff. They can't get everything. But, like, they have their own profile if they want to go in and watch these stupid dance videos or whatever. Like, this isn't... You know what this is? I have to give credit to all the people that hate lawyers out there. This is the snowball effect of the Meta Google case.
Yes, it is.
Where that 20-year-old's like, I was a victim because Meta became addicting to me. I have addictive tendencies. So give me, what did she end up winning in that suit where Zuckerberg is still filing and fighting to have it tossed on appeal? She won millions of dollars, right?
Yes.
So you're going to sue Netflix over creating good content?
The quote that got me by Paxton, which he had some good quotes in here, but he said, when you're watching Netflix, Netflix is watching you. So the claim here is also, it's everything you've just said, but it's also saying that he's using the word that they're spying on children. So that they're spying on kids, they're also collecting or sharing user data, tracking everything. So we know about the tracking, but when he says things like he's saying addictive and he's saying they're watching you, what does he exactly mean by that? If he just means
gathering your habits, So like if I would imagine, okay, Netflix says Dawn Stensland prefers rom-com and roasts or whatever. Like they know what your tendencies are and your habits for what you view. It's no different than the internet, right? Like you go to ESPN.com and then an ad for whatever that you were just on pops up. I give this story all the time. I'm constantly inundated with golf equipment pop-ups on every site I browse. I'm trying to get.
Wait, you're a victim.
No, I'm not a victim.
You're a victim. That's why you had to buy that expensive.
I acknowledged and agreed.
$4,000.
$4,000, by the way. The bill just came, by the way.
Oh,
it's interest-free in 18 months.
Oh, boy.
How does that go at your monthly family meeting when you're, bragging on your little girls for spending like $5 on
and Amazon purchases that were not necessary.
Well, Daddy, you spent $4,000 on golf clubs.
That's when I put the earbuds in when Kristen starts to talk and I zone out. Take a break in the meeting. Give them their moment to say whatever, and I don't hear the damn stuff of it. But like this is, again, you signed up for this, right? Like Netflix, there's probably somewhere when you created your account that you agreed to the terms. You didn't read them. It's the same thing with the internet or a website or a subscription. You sign up for the Philadelphia Inquirer digital version, whatever it might be. You agree to the terms. But none of us read any of it because we have the attention span of mustard, right? So we just move on and go to what we need right away. And then you have legally signed off. It really is kind of like a binding contract. You have agreed to their terms. Therefore, they control everything that goes on and they control the narrative, what you're fed. No different than the algorithms on social media. They know what we look at. Every time I go on my Twitter feed, all I see are politics or Philadelphia sports. Why? Because they know that's what I consume and what I search for. So they're just feeding me more of the vice that I covet and crave, right? That's all this is. So, I mean, doesn't this really fall back on parents? Like, I know I'm the youngest on the show from the standpoint of letting my kids have cell phones, right? Like, Dawn, how old were you when the boys were able to finally have a device? Much older than my kids, right?
They
weren't. I think my kids started at 7 or 8 with an iPhone.
Wow.
I know, which is kind of bad, but
they didn't have them. Actually, it was so
what,
they were
13,
probably
14?
they were. I think they were 7th or 8th grade.
Okay, so
they were
13 or 14 years old.
Yeah.
Right. My kids were basically half that age. Greg's never going to allow his kids to have a cell phone, right? I think you've said that on the show, right? No, I don't necessarily believe that you'll follow through.
Okay.
A lot of people are going for the old school if somebody in the family has a flip phone or something like that where you could call for an emergency, you could call just to use it as a phone.
No emergency.
No, I agree with Dawn.
Peace of mind.
Stop. You do want your kids, especially when your kid gets a license, you don't want to have them have a phone?
Yeah.
What did we do?
I had a phone when I was 16 when I got my license. I mean, it was a flip phone.
What did Dawn and I do? We did nothing. Our parents were just like, okay, come back at midnight.
You didn't have a pager?
No.
Really?
We were free.
I would have dubbed you as a beeper guy all day.
I mean, there were
we were free.
There were
could have
payphones
fun. We could say, "Oh, I'm at Susie's house."
There were payphones.
Yeah. There was no
yeah.
Find My iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
We were free.
So
baby.
And we all survived.
We had fun.
So stop with this. Oh, just in case of emergencies. What emergencies?
Well, how about this? What about the tracking feature?
And when we were at a party, nobody was taking pictures.
100%.
There's no documentation.
Yeah.
Which is
it was
like
just
a
better.
good thing. We could party and have fun and do whatever. And we were free.
I'm not old man yelling at cloud. I guess I kind of am, but like I'm. It was just better. It was better back then. It was. Well, we didn't have to know. Like our parents didn't know where we are, nor did half of them care. You know what I mean? Just as long as we were, as we were home by curfew.
Here's the incentive, though, too, of giving the kids the smartphone these days. Is you have like apps. Like my wife has this for the girls. It's called the Family 360 app. She can track their movement.
Mm-hmm.
She can see when they're when the bus is pulling into the development. She can see that they're walking. When they say we're going to go down to the park, she can actually pull up the app and confirm that they are at the park.
Ridiculous, Nick. It's
well,
ridiculous.
11-year-old girls,
It's ridiculous, Nick.
I never would have thought of the
I
Family
thought we got
360
rid of helicopter parents.
I'm actually okay with it as far as confirming whereabouts.
Don, you get a mulligan here. I'm no longer going to call you the helicopter parents when Captain Kale over here is like, let me use my track my iPhone to like what's going to happen to your daughters?
Kristen tried.
You live in a country club.
Well, you never know. Remember, we had this in the news. There was a pedophile inside a Bluebell Country Club.
Remember that?
2 villages up from me.
18-year-olds.
Stop with this. There were also pedophiles when we were younger.
I know.
I was praying somebody would touch me.
You still are.
Especially his cute 25-year-old math teacher.
Yeah.
Ew.
High five, man. I slayed the math teacher, bro.
I'm just saying that it's this is, and I like, out of all the states to do this, Texas. What is wrong with you, Texas? Suing Netflix? Give me a break.
Okay, 2 things. First of all, remember Ken Paxton, he's the AG, but he's a Republican candidate for U.S. Senate in Texas.
Right.
So he's getting a lot of headline play. The other thing I'll say about this, as an AG, that's what you're supposed to do as far as looking at consumer. So what he charged Netflix under the state's Deceptive Trade Practices Act. So what he's doing is not a bad thing to say. You have to stop or disclose, so they have to sign on if they're going to allow data collection.
Yeah.
And so the other thing is disclosure of the user data to be transparent. Also disable the autoplay. In other words, don't make it a default, but let the parents, they have to turn it on. Those are his main 3 things. That's okay. That's, as an attorney general, I have no problem with that. You're telling a company they've got to be transparent, and you're telling them that they can't make these automatic. They have to, that the parent
just for
needs
clarity's
to
sake,
sign onto it.
Because I'm in and out of Netflix for 1 or 2 reasons, and that's it. I've never been in there long enough for it to go to autoplay. So does it stay on the topic or the theme or the genre, or does it automatically go like last night?
No, it just goes episode to episode. So like if you're watching, like my son watches Spidey and Friends on Netflix.
So
it'll just
go
go
through
from
the full
one
season.
to another.
Okay.
Which is helpful sometimes, but then
right.
At some point you're like, how many of these episodes did you just watch?
Right.
But that's mommy and daddy's fault for not paying attention.
That's my
you know
point.
What I mean? So
you just wasted 3.5 hours on the same show.
Exactly.
Right. Like you should be aware of that as a parent. Where were you for that? Were you in a casino?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Right.
The Road Warrior says this is just an election gimmick. I agree with that. I agree with that.
And that was my
scumbag
point that John makes. He is, but he's getting play out of it, and I don't think anybody disagrees. It sounds reasonable.
But isn't it funny though how we
it doesn't.
We pick and
Yes,
choose?
it does.
No, it doesn't. Stop telling corporations what to do. Like if they want to go to China and suck up to Xi, they should be allowed to. We can call it out as the grift it is,
Isn't
but
it fascinating though? Like when Republicans want to cozy up to big tech CEOs and when they want to go after
100%,
right?
100%.
But I think for an attorney general, you think about consumer advocacy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say, hey, number one, all of them have got to be transparent, including those who are, we shouldn't have to hear about only a partial list.
Right.
We as Americans, okay, especially if they're flying with the president or however we deserve to have every detail.
Yep.
Everything should be transparent.
Right.
And at least a piece of this, right, should be on camera or whatever.
Right.
This should be disclosed and transparent.
Right, like the people who laid down $100 for the Trump T-Mobile one and are never going to get that. The 590,000 people who did that. It should be transparent that they're never going to get those funds.
I believe in transparency. Then what happened? We absolutely we should know all that.
Those suckers. 590,000 of them.
And then it's so funny that seems like 100 years ago. It's like another lifetime every day. But in this one, I don't have a problem with saying for across the board. I wish it were a federal thing that we get to, we have to go on and just say, this is what we want. Yeah. And it should not be the default.
Yeah.
We should get to choose.
All right.
That's not a bad law.
If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210. When did speech become so risky? Seriously, when did speaking out become such a crime? Whether the setting is a roast, where it's comedic and there's supposed to be jokes, or just going to a college commencement, and now all of a sudden we're saying, you know what, you're not welcomed, or the speaker themselves say, you know what, I don't feel safe. We'll hit both of those when we come back. In the meantime, you should hit up Piazza Auto Group, because as you know, the teammates from Piazza Auto Group now include 2. That's right, count them, 2 Infinity dealerships. Ardmore was clearly not enough, so they've expanded to Westchester, right there on Route 202. As Dawn has said, the Piazza Parkway. Infinity has a new star player in its lineup. How about this? The all-new 2027. They're already rolling out the 2027s, the QX65. This luxury crossover is sporty, smart, and spacious with bold style and dynamic performance. Take it for a test drive today. I will be doing that next week. More good news. How about this? 0% financing for 60 months, and it's still available on the award-winning QX60 and the QX80, both of which are 2025 IIHS top safety picks. Visit Infinity Ardmore or Infinity Westchester and tell them Nick sent you.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for
You've walked past that kitchen 1,000 times, and every time you thought, someday, well, this May, someday is right now. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering up to 30% off of financing options for every budget. They're a family-owned business transforming local kitchens and bathrooms since 1979, and they'd love to transform yours. Stop putting it off. KitchenMagic.com. Finally, get the kitchen you've always wanted. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What's on the cut sheet? Well, we find out in just over 15 minutes' time. Kayal and Company on this glorious Tuesday, going up to 69 degrees today.
What number?
69.
Gotcha.
Nice. 855-839-1210.
A lot of people asking why it's not a Rooney Tuesday. Rooney is unable to join us this morning.
He's got other commitments.
Like a job.
Like a job.
Tony writes in and says, okay, Greg, my wife just made me sign up. See you on the 28th. Well, thank you, Tony. His wife made him sign up.
Love it.
All you have to do is go to 1210WPHT.com, or if you're in the Odyssey, or if you're in the YouTube chat, or if you're on YouTube, just go into the chat, and the link is highlighted. Sign up. Free. It's free. Okay? We're just asking you to be generous. It's a free ticket. We're just asking you to be generous for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, because all the money we're going to raise that morning goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So please come out and support this wonderful cause. It's a lovely early morning in Berlin Township, New Jersey.
West Berlin.
Berlin, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cal. Yes,
love
you're right.
that.
West Berlin.
It's going to be a good time.
Thursday, May 28th. Go sign up right now. What are you doing? It's 7:30 in the morning. You're probably stuck in traffic somewhere.
Right.
Just take that phone off your dash and hit the...
Turn the autoplay off.
1210 WPHT. Sign up for tickets. You just have to put your name and your address in there. That's it.
Yes.
And there's going to be no mailers. You're not on some list. It's just so we have a head count for breakfast.
That's right. No lists. Even though some people might make the list.
And when I say, they're gone, they're gone. I'm not kidding. They're gone, they're gone. There's not Greg, I forgot. Can you get me in? No, I can't.
Right.
Sorry. This is not really our event. This is really the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation event.
You will have no access.
We're just there to provide the entertainment.
Damn right.
And you can look at Dawn.
Yeah.
Which we would do too if she was here.
Right. Her chair's empty. Phil, let's zero in on box 2. Yeah, let's there. Hey, Dawn.
Hey, Dawn.
There she is.
How are you?
Well,
Good.
She left her awards in the background. Yeah. I like the fact she hangs the headphones up on the microphone.
Yeah, it's good. That's good.
Right. By the way, when we signed off on Thursday, and I had to go record some spots, and this is inside baseball.
Uh-oh.
Like after the show, sometimes I have to record commercials for some endorsements and stuff like that. So I go down in Phil and Jimmy's little booth, and we have a guy named Frank who comes in and does a lot of the operational stuff for the station. You guys were analyzing my exit, I was told?
Yeah. You get up and
went,
leave.
Well, we went to the still shot of Dawn, which actually, let's go back to the still shot of Dawn right now if we could, Phil. So Dawn is not in the chair now, but she says, okay, here's what's coming up on the Dawn show, or she goes to a live read and the camera goes to her. That's my cue to that, the show's over. And apparently you guys were making fun of my rump. And
no, we weren't. That is not.
I was
that is absolutely
a lot of feedback.
That is absolutely not true. We were commenting on how quick you are to get up and get out of here.
I'm quick to get in here too,
which is disgraceful. It's just hang out, take a breath, take a beat for a second. You don't need to run out of here every day.
I have to.
Why?
We've got life to live.
Oh, stop. Have to go home and get your nap.
And I guess you guys didn't even realize that I can't hear you. So when I unplug those headphones,
yeah,
there's no speaker in here where I hear you guys talking. So I had no idea.
I know. We were calling to you.
Frank, Jimmy, and Phil are sitting in there having a blast like they're at a Netflix roast.
Yeah. No, you got up and left, and we made fun of you for getting up and leaving.
Whatever you guys. And Zioli was still around at that point too, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys can mock me. It's cool. Whatever you guys.
Well, maybe next time you won't leave so quickly and be suspended.
Those 1-day suspensions are starting to add up.
I know.
Like
it's
out of school suspension when I would get 10 days.
It's going on your permanent record soon.
It's on the file, folks.
Remember, you're no longer the baby.
Yeah, you're right.
You're not the baby.
Not the baby anymore.
Welcome to being a middle child.
Throw out the baby with the bathwater. There you go. So I want to get to this college commencement issue. Erica Kirk spoke at Hillsdale College on Saturday. And then the Wall Street Journal wrote this article about the riskiest gig in public speaking is now a college graduation. But we'll get to that in a moment. All of this falling under the realm of speech. But I do want to get to...
Chuck says, yabba dabba doo, Nick is down the dinosaur.
That's right. I'm out of here like Barney Rubble.
Woo! Flintstones.
Yep.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
No. By the way, my dad, my best friend's father once dubbed me Barney Rubble back in the late 90s when I had blonde hair and I dyed my hair with the whole Frosted Tips crowd.
You did?
He said I looked like Barney Rubble.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he called me a Flintstone.
Yeah. Their big feet.
My big head. Barney Rubble. Every time I'd walk into it, say, "What's up, Barney?"
It's awesome.
I was like, "Hey, how are you, sir?"
You were even being picked on back then.
I was.
It's amazing.
I was mocked pretty much my whole existence. I've come to accept it. It is what it is. So this Netflix roast. Again, my rule of thumb with comedy is you check your feelings at the door. And again, it doesn't take away from the fact that, A, I don't like Pete Davidson. Nothing to do with politics. Nothing to do, certainly, with this joke. I've never thought he was entertaining. I have always, for some reason, when it comes to Saturday Night Live, I don't know if it's just I went from being 24 to 64 overnight, but once the Will Ferrell, Jimmy Fallon era of SNL ended, I just didn't find the show funny anymore. I think it's been bad for 20 years now, maybe even a little bit longer. And Pete Davidson, one of the things I hate about comedians, that I don't like comedians that giggle at their own commentary. I like the straightforward, dry delivery. You leave it up to me and the audience to determine what's funny. And Pete Davidson's always had, and this has nothing to do with the Kardashians or any of Pete Davidson's drug or mental health issues. He's been very public about it. None of that. But he was out there on Sunday night at the roast of Kevin Hart, Philadelphia's own Kevin Hart. It was on Netflix. And again, a lot like I said earlier in the show with Tom Brady being roasted by Nikki Glaser. When you go to a roast, I expect, we bust balls on this show.
A lot.
We roast each other all the time.
Yes.
And I think 99% of the time, nobody takes it personally. But when you take a shot at somebody that was murdered in cold blood, it's going to crawl. It's going to not. I'm not offended by it. Okay. It's going to cause some people to say that's too far. That's too soon. Let's play this. We'll let the audience decide. I'm sure the audience is going to be overwhelmingly disappointed in this clip. But this was Pete Davidson roasting Kevin Hart and a Charlie Kirk joke. He opened fired basically on everybody.
It's what a roast is,
which is what you're supposed to do. Now, I do think it was interesting. Now, that's a ritzy Hollywood, LA type crowd. Even they were kind of a little taken back by the Charlie Kirk joke. But again, if you ask Pete Davidson, Pete, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk's assassination? I'm sure he's going to say it was awful. I have no idea how he leans politically, although I would probably assume it's to the left. But I don't think that Pete Davidson, in a candid moment off the microphone, would say, "Yeah, that dude had it coming. Good, I hated that guy." It's a joke. What I don't understand from the free speech crowd and the mocking everything on the left crowd is how, and I get it, and it's brutal. I mean, we talked about it. I was so bothered by it. I even said behind the scenes with the suits, like, I don't know that we should go out in public in the month of September for an upcoming remote, considering the current climate of crazies. So, like, I totally get the sensitivity to it, but again, it's a joke. Like, we can chew and walk gum at the same time. Dawn, I'm curious to what you think. I mean,
you obviously can't.
You're far more conservative.
chew and walk gum?
No, I can't chew. I can't talk into a radio show. It's an unbelievable feat I've been able to pull off for 20 years. One of the life's biggest mysteries. But Dawn, I mean, you're far more, I would think, sensitive to this than Greg and I. I mean, are you okay with the joke in the venue, or does that piss you off?
Overall, I just think he's, or
is it too soon?
Okay, what I think in general is that the Tom Brady roast was so epic, and he's trying to be over the top. He's clearly naming names that he knows people like us and everybody are all going to talk about, because he craves the attention.
Sure, isn't that the goal?
But he is not like Nikki was so funny, and so like his writing is not that good. It's just whatever. It's so over the top that it's just kind of. I just think it's not really written that funny. It's not funny.
So is it too
not
wrong?
Funny?
It's not funny.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life.
You think it compared like that Tom Brady roast, which was crude and whatever, but it was just funny. So I just don't think I think that he's not as good a writer, and so what he was going for was the shock value. He thought, whose names can I put in here? They're going to get the big, that are going to make news, that everybody's going to talk about.
So who were the names? We had Kirk, we had Lizzo,
and
who else
also
did
was Kanye, right?
Kanye.
Talk about Kanye.
He called him a gay Nazi.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he's calling people gay. I mean, it's just, to me, it's like all low hanging fruit, and these are not It's not as funny as a lot of other people.
So, I mean, the Tom Brady marital situation with Giselle was well documented. I mean, I would argue that that's low-hanging fruit for Nikki Glaser, but I also think it's not off limits, right? Like, I think when you sign up, now, again, you could argue Charlie Kirk was not the subject of the roast, obviously, because Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. But, like, I just feel like it's fair. Like, even on the more mild of comedic appearances and performances, I guess Joe Rogan apparently is. Although I don't think Joe Rogan's funny at all. He's got a comedy club, right? It moved from California to Texas. Like, I've seen Bill Maher perform. I saw Bill Maher at the Sands. I thought Bill Maher was pretty good. I just sit there and I say to myself, like, when I go into this venue, or if I'm sitting down to sign up on a streaming service to watch something that I know is going to be off the walls, so to speak, like, I don't know, I just check I don't know really what would lead me to be like, that was too far. I mean, I don't even know if I was like, if we did an Odyssey roast and somebody started roasting my daughters, I think I would probably take it relatively well, because it's probably something I've wanted to say to them many times myself.
Yeah, in this one, all I'm saying is he's just trying to get the most drama.
Yeah, it worked.
And it's so over the top that nobody thinks that it's true, because it's so crazy over the top. Like, the joke is it's just for effect. But if I compare it to a Nikki Glaser, who I think is the best right now, or among the top at these roasts.
Sure.
So she delivers, first of all, her writing, it's a precision art. And so I think that was just sort of like a club. It was just, he's just lobbing,
I didn't think he had that
lobbing
in him.
low bass jokes, but it's not well crafted and in a precision, amazing, brutal, raunchy way that Nikki Glaser has, I think.
You guys love Shane Gillis, right?
Yeah.
You guys love Shane Gillis.
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys hear his part of
No.
the roast where he joked about abortion and all kinds of stuff?
No.
Like, This
Was
is
it good?
This is what. Yeah, of course. This is what roasts are.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think it's funny, then don't watch roasts. I don't know what to say.
No, I do. I usually do. I mean, that's why I mentioned the Nikki Glaser one. I just think, out of anybody, if I'm rating all of these people, I just think, I don't know. I just think that Nikki Glaser and others are way better at it. That's all.
All right. If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210. We will get to what's on the cut sheet coming up on the other side, as there's a lot of goodies in there, including maybe rounding back to what we had earlier as Donald Trump welcomed the By the way, conspiracy theory number 2 of the show. Dan Borowski is not out for a legit reason. He went to the White House to see the Indiana Hoosiers and Kirk Signetti with Donald Trump yesterday. Just a personal theory that I subscribe to. Cut sheet is coming up next. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for the better part of a decade now. But did you know they also repair screens? Right now, Chapman has some fantastic spring specials going on. Screen repairs starting at just $30. When you repair 3 screens, you get 1 free, and you can even mix and match with whether it's a window or a patio door screen. Let's say your whole house needs attention. Chapman has this in-home special covering up to 30 screens for just $1,500, and that's where they'll come to you, and that's a private service they'll do in your home, a savings of several $100s. Or if you'd rather bring in your screens yourself, drop off up to 30 screens at the Westchester showroom there. They're going to have them ready for pickup. That's 30 screens for $750. That's a huge savings. Whether they come to you or you come to them, Chapman's team, they handle everything with incredible care and precision. Let the fresh air in this spring. Enjoy the view. Call or text Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Ready for your next Jeep? Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect fit waiting. Step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals event. Need more? We have over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during Declaration of Deals event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 D&L Drive 100 in Limerick.
39-month lease, 7,500 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. 0 security deposit with approved credit, plus tax, title, and any other governmental charges. Expires 5/31/2026.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
We all know the old adage about flying too close to the sun. And recently, a struggling shoe company began soaring on the promise of AI. This week's expert report explains why this story indicates a worrisome trend that can badly burn American retirees. Towards the end of March 2026, Allbirds, a failing shoe company, sold its business for $39 million, a gigantic loss compared to its initial valuation of $2 billion. Then, in mid-April, the company announced that it was pivoting into artificial intelligence with new funding to buy computing power and reposition itself in an entirely new industry. Instantly, the stock surged nearly 600% in a single day. But when you look closer, Allbirds has no prior experience in AI technology. There is no definite plan, no pre-existing business model, and no proof that their pivot will work. Allbirds quickly felt the heat as they got closer to the sun. Their stock tumbled 20% the very next day and continued to slide in the weeks that followed. Right now, simply tacking a label like AI to a failing company can swing its stock price upwards, even if the business hasn't caught up to the narrative. And we've seen this type of speculation before. At the height of the dot-com bubble, companies surged on association alone, long before they had the earnings or structure to support it, only to come crashing down. While the technology endured, many of the companies didn't. and investors who chased those failed companies were left behind. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system isn't exposed to market volatility, but provides for the potential for double-digit interest returns that cannot be taken away. To learn more, call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com and schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert today.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company, 7:49 live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg saving you from a very mundane, predictable, stale morning radio market. Somebody had to do it. We signed up for it.
We did.
And we've hit it out of the park thanks to you. Including all of you people out there that are buying those, well, how do we describe this? They're gobbling up the free tickets, but there is still a requested donation to be made upon entry?
Yes.
That's the best way to put it.
We're asking people to be generous. We could have... Here was the thinking. By the way, this is the live broadcast happening May 28th in West Berlin, New Jersey. FOP Lodge 56 for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We're like, we could charge to get into the event. We did that when we did the mock debate, and all the money went to Families Behind the Badge. But like, I think that this audience is like the most generous audience in all of radio.
Oh, easily.
So I think that if we give out free tickets, people are going to come there and actually donate more. That's my hope. That people are very generous that day.
Yep.
So I was just like, let's make it free admission. We need tickets just because we need a head count for the breakfast. But, we'll leave it up to people and their generosity to come out and be as generous as they can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think some of you will be more generous than others, and I appreciate all of that. Any little bit helps. All you big spenders out there, you can drop $100. And the ones that can, a 5 spot is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we'll call you out, call you a cheapskate if you drop a 5 spot.
Right.
But
exactly.
Regarding the Pete Davidson joke, Patricia on the YouTube chat writes, Pete Davidson's dad passed away in the 9/11 attacks. Tragic. Just would like to understand how he would feel about a cheap joke about that. Guess one person's tragedy is not another's. Well, Patricia, I mentioned at 6 o'clock when we teased this that one of the jokes directed at Pete Davidson was, Pete, you're such a failure. Your father is probably rolling over in his rubble.
The rubble of
9/11.
9/11. So, like, there were a very
Did he laugh?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Below the belt jokes for people. That's what a roast is. You could think it's going too low. Okay, that's your opinion, but that's what roasts are. If you don't like them, don't watch roasts. The end.
Irk says on X, in a roast or stand-up comedy show, anything and everything should be up for grabs.
Agreed.
That's up to and including the Prophet Muhammad, Charlie Kirk, the Jews, or Irk on Twitter. Thanks, Irk. Irk's, by the way, the Team Flip Flop guy.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, there's a lot of flip floppers out there. Just you can come forward. It's okay.
By the way, nothing is too soon. Something too soon for you might be not too soon for others. Like, it's just, what helps us? You know what helps us get over grief? Laughter.
I love laughing.
It does. You should
laugh more.
I hate to say it, but it does.
Yeah. I was laughing at my girl's undefeated streak going up in smoke last night.
It doesn't mean that you don't have empathy for what happened. It's just, it's getting over tragedy. That's what comedy is supposed to do. And people, the pearl clutching is just nauseating. It just is.
7:52. What does Greg Stocker have lined up for a Tuesday cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Rooney Tuesday without Rooney? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you. Tri-County Auto for sponsoring the ever-important Rooney Tuesday edition of what's on the cut sheet. One thing we could all agree on, guys. You know what's not funny? Late night comedy. So
correct.
We're coming in on the end of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Oh, the tragedy that is the end of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
I hope he's able to pay his mortgage.
Well, he will be. His executive producer will be. I'm sure his other producers will be. But, like, how about the cameraman?
Yeah, the everyday staffer.
How about the key grip?
Yeah, those are the people I feel for when a show gets canceled. The people that truly do live on every single dollar they earn.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, so Kimmel announced that he will go dark on the last show of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. So everybody can
I'm going to go dark with him.
Tune in to see the last Late Show.
When is that?
Next week.
Friday night? Next Friday?
Is it next Friday?
Thursday? Do they do a Friday show or are they a 4-day-a-week operation?
I think they're a 4-day-a-week operation.
Yeah.
So don't help them.
Yeah.
Don, can you just Google that real fast? See when the last Late Show is with Stephen Colbert. Thank you.
I thought I saw the 21st, but that could be wrong.
Yep. It's the 21st.
Okay. Yeah, it's the
Next
Thursday
week.
before Memorial Day weekend.
So that is the last show. So the other shows have announced that they are going dark, so everybody can tune into the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Well, last night on the Colbert program, he had all the late night hosts on with him. So it was Jimmy Kimmel, it was Jimmy Fallon, it was Seth Meyers, and it was John Oliver.
So even competitors, in theory.
Yeah, they all sat around and self-flagellated each other.
Oh, but it's solidarity amongst a dying breed.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Jimmy Kimmel actually makes the point that more people are watching now than when Carson was on, which is it's just, he goes, well, if you add up all the, because Carson was just him, and now there's all of this, now there's all of us, and people watch us on YouTube, and this, that, and the other. I'm just like, in what world is he, like, that is just, it's just not factual. It's just not factually correct.
Right.
Let's roll a little bit of this.
Johnny Carson, I just looked it up because it was 30 years in the 60s through the early 90s, 30-year reign as king of late night, had a lot of competition. He just beat everybody. So that's not true.
And they're also judged really
look at the market share,
on
the percentage.
on Nielsen TV ratings, right?
Nothing compares.
They're not judged on their YouTube engagement or their clips that go viral. At least I don't think they are. I know we're not.
I just, like, my problem, Dawn, and Dawn is correct. As soon as I saw this in the wee hours of this morning, I was just like, well, that's just factually incorrect.
Mhm.
I didn't even have to look it
Yeah.
up, and I could tell you it's factually incorrect. The problem I have with this is that now that clip, because this is the clip that's going viral everywhere, so people are going to see that and regurgitate it, and then all of a sudden in the next few weeks it's just going to become, oh yeah, there's more people watching late night now. Like that's how lies spread.
Yep.
And I just, this whole notion that if there was an audience for it and if it was profitable, it would still be on the air.
Yeah.
He's the only one, by the way, that is going away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Jimmy Fallon's not going away.
Right.
As much as I know this audience hates Jimmy Kimmel, he's not going away.
Right.
So Seth Meyers isn't going away. It's just Colbert.
Yeah.
Because Paramount and CBS, Skydance, the parent company, decided that they were going to sink their money into UFC and the billions of dollars that it costs to stream UFC for Paramount Plus, because they know that live sports and live, UFC and live all this, that's the future of television.
Live sports, I've said, is the only reason television exists.
And when you make a giant investment like that as a company, unfortunately, some other things have to go. You know what I mean? When you make a billions of dollar investment, other things have to go. And unfortunately, that thing was The Late Show because it was losing money. So you can't look at this as like stifling a free speech or, oh my God, it's the end of an era. Paramount decided that late night comedy is on the down streak.
Yep.
And UFC and live sporting events are on the uphill.
Yeah.
And they invested in that. It was actually a brilliant business decision.
Yeah. And also, you look at the talent pool in this. Like, I just wrote all their names down. And this, let me give it to you from my vantage point of the most uninteresting to the best to ever do it. Again, inverse order. Kimmel, the worst. Colbert, slightly behind him. Fallon and Myers, to me, are just kind of They're innocent. They're goofy. They're SNL guys. Like, it is what it is. Then I would go Leno into Letterman into Carson. So if you want to go top to bottom, I'd go Carson, Letterman, Leno, Fallon, Myers, Colbert, Kimmel. I've just never liked Colbert. I don't understand and I know he's on the drier side, and that's typically what I find funnier than a Jimmy Fallon. And again, nothing to do with politics. It really has not. Like, I could be the most right-wing dude. It has literally nothing to do with the fact that I disagree with Colbert on politics. I just never. The only time I thought he was remotely interesting when he was on, was it The Man Show? Or what the hell was it? What was he on before he took over the spot? Colbert.
The Colbert Report.
The Colbert, yeah. What was it called? What channel? Comedy Central?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, he was like, but that was how long ago? 18, 19 years ago? If I recall.
Yeah.
It was like I was just out of college. I'd catch it from time to time. I thought it was decent. Like, the same thing with Jimmy Kimmel. I haven't found Jimmy Kimmel funny in 20 years.
Yeah.
If I ever found him funny. At least Jimmy Fallon made me laugh on Saturday Night Live. I don't like him in this format because to me, he comes off too, I don't know if squeamish is the word, but you're right. The format is just dead. It's the same thing over and over. We've reinvented this show 3 times in 4 years. They haven't reinvented their format in 25 years.
Yeah.
I just will say it's a shame that in those time slots previously, I think that the people who did those jobs, whether it's Johnny Carson, even who else was there, Arsenio Hall, Joan Rivers, name was in there, and obviously
Rivers did Late Night?
And
Really?
Jay Leno. Joan Rivers got her start because Johnny Carson, she filled in for Johnny Carson, right?
And then Johnny Carson never spoke to her again after he went head to head with her.
Yeah.
Jeez.
After she went head to head with him.
Because he was
a petty, disgraceful, disgusting man, Johnny Carson
Well,
was.
I think he's the one depicted. If you guys, have you ever watched The Marvelous Ms. Maisel? Which
Yes.
I love that
Yeah.
show. And it's supposedly based on female comedians, but especially Joan Rivers. So there's a guy who plays Johnny.
I mean, Johnny Carson was an a-hole. There's no, I mean, like, he was a drunk, like he was really bad to
Allegedly.
his wives. I mean, he's dead. Who cares? He barely saw his kid. Like, he was a giant a-hole. Like, people revere him now as like, ooh, Johnny. It was never as good as when Johnny was there. Johnny was an a-hole.
But he's the greatest to ever do it, so we put that to the back burner. Because
I don't know. I don't know if he was the greatest to ever do it.
Who do you have better? I'm no expert on this.
But my only point that I'll just say really quick that I was trying to make was though at that time it was not political. They just tried to be funny. You didn't necessarily know their politics.
Agreed.
So just be funny. Be a better writer. Be a better performer. And just make people laugh.
Letterman in his prime.
Yeah.
And when I say in his prime, I mean like when he was doing the Late Show, like when he did that show, he reinvented.
Yep.
He reinvented what that was. There was nobody better at it than him.
Yep.
And then he
And
went
a
on.
great interviewer.
And he went on at 11:30, and then his show kind of, like, it just became what all these other shows, and it kind of got watered down. But originally, like the 1982 to 90 Letterman show was like out of this world good.
Yeah,
out of this world good.
But one thing
he was the best to ever do it in that frame.
The one thing I would push back on is this narrative, and I think it's a narrative. Some of it, again, it's probably gray area, partial truth to it, partial narrative and fabrication. I don't know that politics and Trump bashing is the demise of any of these guys. I think traditions go by the wayside as technology evolves. And I think when you run the same playbook that you've run for a quarter century, 35, 40 years, whatever it might be with the format, 50 years, and you don't reinvent yourself and people have more options. I mean, think about this. If I want to be entertained, I don't have to wait up until 10:35 or 11:35 p.m. on a work night.
Yeah.
I can get it on Netflix. I can get it on YouTube. I can get it in podcast form. And if somebody out there, and it's probably not in this audience, but if you really are dying to know what Jimmy Kimmel has to say or Colbert has to say, but you can't stay up because it's late and you have work the next day, you DVR it and you watch it on demand. It's an antiquated concept, right? Like, whatever. You remember back in the day on ESPN, Sports Center at 6 o'clock was must-see TV if you were a sports fan. Nowadays, the people that anchor Sports Center on ESPN are like entry-level, boring plebs because like they're not the stars of the past like Dan Patrick and Kenny Mayne and guys like Tony Bruno. The days of getting your highlights in sports on TV are over. You watch the clip on your X feed. So I just don't think they ever evolved. Whatever changed? Can anybody signal a major turning point for their format?
It's the same formula.
What is it? Monologue, guest, band?
Johnny Carson did. Yeah, it's the same. And
same thing with Saturday Night Live.
Sometimes there's comfort in that. You know what I mean? Like staying the same. Look at Action News, 6 ABC. It's basically, they don't get rid of anchors there. The consistency, it's always been there. It's the comfort in knowing that it's always there. And sometimes that works. But when you're in a form of entertainment like comedy, like there needs to be some sort of evolution to it, and there just wasn't.
So you think 6 ABC's ratings are what they used to be 25 years ago?
No.
I can't imagine that.
NBC 10 has,
TV's ratings are.
Right. I'm just talking about local news, right?
Like it's a smaller pool. It's a smaller pool.
Okay. Yeah,
of people watching it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dave Roberts and Jim Gardner, like those days are over.
Well, that's the thing that everybody talks about with a lot of and you can lump radio in there too, like with TV. Like a 20 share in TV today, it doesn't mean as much as a 20 share did in 1985. You know what I mean? Because so many people were watching TV at that time. You know what I mean? That now getting a 20 share is like, it's a smaller portion of the audience. So not as many people are watching you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Let's roll a little bit more of this.
I want to go to bed with a good frame of mind, but this is where I will bring it back to politics. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe TDS patients actually go to bed with a smile if you get a Trump joke or an abortion lecture, but I don't find that to be compelling television. Well, who was it that brought their wife out for the abortion commentary? Was it Kimmel?
Yeah.
And we played it on the cut sheet, and I'm like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, because they think that it's their job, it's their duty to
virtue signal
and be at
clutch your pearls,
be advocates.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, I don't want activists in my entertainment. I just don't. There's plenty of options out there for activism. When I go to entertainment, when I'm in the produce aisle, I want my produce. I'm not interested in the eggs right now. That's what these people don't get. Yeah. Stay in your lane.
Yep.
Well, that's just it. I mean, it would be nice to have a break. And so that's where, to Greg's point earlier about comedy, and you're just supposed to laugh. They're just supposed to make you laugh. They're supposed to just be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And part of, thinking about SNL with Saturday Night Live, because you were talking about them earlier, is that there was a time when they were just in their height so funny. I am glad that to some extent they've tried it with some of their skits. They're just trying to be silly, and I'm glad for that. Just be silly. Just do things that are funny.
Mm-hmm.
That bring people together. But it's this constant where politics infuses everything, and it's all designed to divide us.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, and two, also, can you find some talented people?
Yeah.
Like, just for the example of SNL itself. I mean, you had the original cast with Aykroyd and Belushi, and then you had the Eddie Murphy era, and then, of course, you had the Spade, Sandler, Farley, Mike Myers crew, and then it kind of evolved into the Will Ferrell, Jimmy Fallon era. I mean, they haven't had an era in over 22 years. Think about that. And yet, for some reason, the show continues to exist.
It's not made for us, though.
Well, it's
Saturday Night Live is made for people in their late teens and early 20s.
I disagree.
I think I'm with Dawn. I think it's for older people.
It is
that are home at Saturday night.
I can tell you right now, nobody 18 or 15 to 25 is watching SNL.
I agree.
They're not watching it.
You know what age demo Saturday Night Live kills in? The 18 to 49 demo.
But that's a 31-year gap window.
Okay.
Where are they 18 to 29 or 18 to 34? To me, which was weird, is I didn't watch Saturday Night Live as a kid. I don't know any kid that did. I actually got into SNL, like what Greg is talking about, when I started working in college at Foot Locker. My boss was a big SNL guy. So when I'm 20, 21, 22, I was watching the end of that Farrell and Fallon era, laughing my ass off because I would work on a Saturday night until 10 o'clock at the mall, go home, I'm wide awake, I'd put SNL on, I thought it was good. But I felt like most people were probably in their 40s or 50s. Like my parents were big SNL fans. And they would have been in the Belushi era. They would have been in their mid-30s.
Think of what you two just named. Your favorite era of SNL.
Mm-hmm.
It was when you guys were younger. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not for older people. It has never been for older people. It's for younger people. That's SNL's audience. That's why when, like, I agree with you. It's not funny anymore. But it's not meant for me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at the tail end of the age demo that they're trying to hit, the very tail end of it. So,
well, are they trying to hit that because there's two different schools of thought here. There's the demo that you're trying to pursue as far as what the consumers are going to consume your product, like who's going to watch the show. But are they catering to that demo that has no money, right? We've always talked about the older generation.
Agreed.
Like, so I don't know. Again, this is really, inside the baseball, but I don't know. I felt like they would. I mean, do you think young people understand the political humor in Saturday Night Live when they spoof and they do parodies on presidents and cabinet members?
No. Mm-mm.
I don't think so either.
No.
So I think it's my generation and the Gen Xers like Greg and Dawn that understand the humor.
Mr. Pete says in high school in the mid-'90s, all the kids came in talking about the SNL on Monday. Yes.
Okay.
High school.
Maybe
high school again.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Weird. So recently they had Olivia Rodrigo. So when they have somebody like her, maybe they'll watch pieces of it because she's a pop star and people like her. So I know that they did recently have an uptick in their ratings, but in general, I don't know.
Well, yeah, they're not going to bring out old musical acts, right? I mean, occasionally they'll have the older host of Saturday Night Live. I don't know, like Tom Hanks has a movie out. Tom Hanks comes out, and Tom Hanks is older. But that generally the hosts and the musical act typically skew younger, as does the comedians, as the staff. I mean, if you're on that show, the only person to ever be on that show for 20 years is Kenan Thompson because he's not funny. He's just like SNL was meant to be a launching pad, a springboard for bigger and better things.
SNL thinks he's funny because they
also pay him $50,000 a year.
He's no, they don't.
SNL salaries are low,
dude.
Look him up.
$50,000 a year.
I'm embellishing. He, maybe makes $120,000.
He does not.
They have you're
ridiculous.
They have a very cheap budget. Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's very minimal operating expenses. It's sketch comedy. You're supposed to be in there.
He's been there 20 years, dude.
Well, okay, he gets a raise.
$2 to $3 million per season. So stop.
Is that right?
It. Yes.
He makes $2 million a year.
He makes $50,000.
$50,000 an episode?
Mm-hmm. An estimated salary of
$50,000 an episode.
$2 to $3 million per season.
When did that
That's
change?
$25,000
I got to go
per
back.
episode.
I have to go back and look at this. I'm almost certain the pay used to be very poor.
It is for people who just start out or writers.
Okay. Can you pull up the current salary of the current cast? I bet you they're all around $100,000. Good for him. Now, does that include any type of commercial endorsement? Because he is on TV a lot as far as pumping products. I'll give him that. He's a good pitchman. He's got a pleasant smile, nice personality. But I still think of him as the Good Burger guy. And the Snick Show, Saturday Night Nickelodeon, back in the day. We got to pull this up here. Current cast member salary. I'm guessing like guys in season 2 or 3 are making, I don't know, $175,000.
They are. It says that for your first season, your first year, you get between $60,000 and $150,000 a year.
Okay, that was my premise.
Yeah, for your first season.
Right. I forgot about Keenan. He's been there for 2 decades.
You started out by saying he was there for 2 decades.
You're right. I didn't think you go from $60,000. So think about that. You go from $60,000 to $150,000 to $2 to $3 million. Does it work that way at Odyssey?
No.
After 20, is that what Dom's getting?
No.
I'm gonna figure this out.
Dr. Oz says we need to have more sex.
Well, it depends on your personal situation.
Americans are underbabied.
Well, that's statistically true. Was it 1.5 per household now?
Yesterday,
Are you eating?
Yeah,
I am. Big bar.
Oh, God.
Multitasking here, Don.
It's
multitasking.
It's infuriating, Don. It's infuriating.
I can't.
Half his facts are wrong.
Nope.
He's eating while he's on the air.
No, at least my facts are intentionally wrong. I'm not trying to lie to people here. I'm just dumb. No Rooney today in 15 minutes, so I got to keep the energy level high. We can't bail because Rooney's not here today, so we don't have Matt to lean on.
Yesterday, Donald Trump signed an executive order to establish moms.gov, an official website garnered towards helping expectant mothers. Okay. So Dr. Mehmet Oz says we are underbabied.
Underbabied.
So let me speak a little bit about the reality that 1 in 3 Americans are underbabied. What does underbabied mean? That means that you either don't have any children or you have less children than you would normally want to have. And to Katie's point, we have a crisis that's causing our fertility rate to drop below 1.5. The replacement rate is 2.1. So we're way below what we need just to replace the people that we have in America. And one of the challenges is that rural America, where there's 60 million people, have a mortality rate, maternal mortality rate when they have babies, that's about 30% higher than if you live in an urban area. One of the ways the president wanted to address this was creating something in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which is, I think, the most ambitious, fantastic program ever written to help fix the healthcare system. The president saved Medicaid in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation. He also invested with Congress's help, and Senator Britt and her colleagues voted for this of the House, to put in $50 billion into rural healthcare. That's $10 billion a year for the next 5 years. All the money went out the door on time, and it's being used for incredibly beneficial advances to help Americans living in rural America have babies safely. Your zip code should not determine your mortality rate if you're having a baby. That is going to change. There's a great program in southern Alabama. They call it LA, Lower Alabama.
I love that you know that.
Yes, I've been there. That is allowing us to use these new ultrasound probes now, even if you don't have an obstetrician in your county, because in many counties in LA, which is Lower Alabama, that is the case. We have states, and all the governors are embraced on this, investing a lot of money training more people to work in rural America, and we're also using telehealth tools, so you have big sophisticated urban centers adopting smaller facilities, clinics, so they can help moms deliver babies wherever they may live. You don't have to drive across state to get there. Now, as great as this all is, and as fantastic as it has been to have 50 governors, in this case, Mr. President, even the Democratic governors are on board. It's such a good offer. It's such a beautiful way of keeping your people healthy that everyone's embraced this program. We still can't do it by ourselves. We have to invest in the American people. We have to have governors and private sector partners that make this happen, as well as, and I hope the Secretary can speak to this in a moment, because MAHA is probably vital to this effort. You have to get moms healthy enough to do the most creative thing the universe knows, which is making babies. So Olivia, maybe you can take the message around the private sector involvement and how you and your family have gotten involved in this and led the way, and maybe we can talk about.
I've been to Lower Alabama, great place. Oh, my drops were down.
Roll Tide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this falls directly on partisan lines. I think, first of all, if you are a liberal, raging Karen or Katie, you don't want to hear any of this. First of all, you probably don't want to have a kid. You don't want to hear about Erica Kirk saying, have as many babies as you can young at a college commencement speech. And they're probably, and rightfully so, complaining about the affordability crisis. But I think on the other side, I think you can sit there and look at like the Trump baby accounts and everything that Oz was rambling on about there and sit there and say, I'm on board with this. I mean, the numbers are the numbers. I mean, Elon Musk has talked about this. Like, Elon Musk has dubbed it an existential crisis which is very fascinating, because my theory on COVID was about population control, and China's big on population control. So it's kind of interesting that on one hand of the ledger, you have we're trying to reduce the population because of climate and all this other stuff. Yet, if we run out of people, that's kind of a problem in this country or on this planet. So I think it's totally, I guarantee you that if you were to play that speech for a focus group, the Republicans would like that message and the Democrats would be throwing things at the TV.
Why is it the government's job to make sure we have more kids?
I don't think it's the government's job. What is it? It's nothing more than a recommendation. MAHA, and he mentioned MAHA there at the end. Again, none of these are
having
mandates.
kids is expensive. You know what I mean?
It is. Trust me, I'm not interested in having another one for a variety of reasons.
Well, I think that it could go to national security if you're running out of people. I mean, they've said that this is historic. It's historic worldwide. Also, China reportedly has huge population loss because remember, they used to control, you could only have one baby and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But population growth, it could be argued, keeps your nation strong and vibrant. And the fact that we've had, I mean, they're saying that the decline is something that would be almost impossible to catch up with at this point. That's the level of population loss.
I thought AI was going to save the day, though. We weren't going to have to work. It's funny how when they say they need people, yet it seems like people have become more and more expendable with the advancement of technology. Remember when Elon Musk said everybody's going to not have to work and make a lot of money? Now all of a sudden we don't have enough people.
How many more? Do we really need to have more people to
we need another pandemic to wipe out a couple more million.
Live at home until they're 30 because they can't get jobs because AI has taken them all.
Everywhere I go, there's too many people. There's too many people on the road. There's too many people in the store. There's too many people on my golf course. I want less people. I'm on board with this.
I agree with you.
Wow.
I agree with you.
It's a crazy time because not only do we have this issue with the U.S. population growth it's slowed. They call it a near halt. It did rise slightly last year by 0.5 percentage point. But when you look at it, then you look at all the migration.
Well,
think about all of you on the YouTube chat. How many of you used to be here either in our area or maybe Jersey, New York, whatever, and now you're somewhere in the South.
Warmer.
Right?
Happier.
Warmer climates, and you were sick and tired of...
South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia.
Yeah.
But Arizona, some of you.
Now,
but
that 0.5 percentage uptick, is that newborns or is that people that just came to the country?
No, I'm talking about babies.
Okay.
Babies being born.
Okay. Because obviously the amount of people being allowed into the country would change with a closed border. So that's why I just wanted clarification.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Bernie Sanders says that Jeff Bezos is seeking $100 billion to put robots into factories.
Oligarchy.
Again, the point of we're going to have more kids so they can suck off our teats.
Well, I mean,
until
the less
they're 27.
people, the less people that can be taxed, right?
When they don't have jobs because we're putting robots into factories. Cut 7, Phil.
What does a robot do?
Robot.
What's the function of a robot?
Robot.
Replace human labor. Not complicated. Everybody knows that.
Mr. Bezos himself just recently is now working on creating a $100 billion fund to quote unquote automate factories in America and abroad. Do you all know what automating factories means? It means ending working class people making a living in manufacturing. That's over if Bezos gets his way.
So this is a revolution coming, which happens to be the most consequential transformation of society in world history. We are not prepared for it.
We're looking at a moment where there are driverless vehicles all over the country. And if we don't figure this one out, we're going to lose millions of decent paying jobs in transportation.
They don't know where it's going.
Paid for by the friends of Bernie Sanders. Join the movement.
He's saying all the right things. He's saying all the right things.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Manufacturing died long ago in this country compared to where we were.
Oh, no. I was told in 2024 the manufacturing boom is coming back to America. That's what I was told.
How about this? Why don't we have artificial intelligence instead of replacing good jobs? Why don't we have AI replace politicians? When are they going to roll that out?
Never.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Never.
Yeah, that would be really nice. I mean, honestly, do we need human politicians? They just memorize 9 lines and say them over and over again. Can't Siri or Alexa do that?
No, what we should have is term limits for everybody. That would end a lot of our problems.
I agree.
To be very honest,
Yes.
because half the time I think they're more focused on their reelection, especially in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, every 2 years.
Right? So half the time they're just constantly campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
They're constantly fundraising because they're worried about their career as a career politician. And I wish somebody would challenge that as a constitutional issue. It would solve so many problems if they could make a career out of sucking off of us.
I would like to think the actual solution, or at least the plan B for the manufacturers out there, the laborers who I have a ton of respect for, it probably just to pivot to the trades specifically. Because, okay, yeah, in a big manufacturing plant, you can have automation and assembly lines and replace, these 3 people with this machine, yada, yada. But you're never going to and I say never, but of course it's probably already out there and I'm just unaware of it. You're never going to have a robot plumber coming to your house or a robot welder. And I'm sure the fact checker or somebody will pop up. Actually, Nick, did you know? Blah, 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 blah. But my point being, find a job in which you can be in demand and show up at people's, like our water heater is going. I've got a water heater guy coming tomorrow. By the way, if sales is listening, I have a water. Okay, they're not. You're right. Well, no, today's Tuesday. Today's the perfect day. Sales, water heater, pronto. We've got a big audience. Trust me, it'll work. It'll benefit the business. Like find
Marvin E. Cans put in the Bradford White. I've
heard great things about Bradford White.
Do you have 1 or 2?
What? Kids? Pain in the asses?
No.
Oh,
no, your water heaters. I have 2 big.
I have no idea. I don't even know where it's at.
My God.
I'm useless at this, Dawn. I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between a water heater and what else is in a basement? HVAC? I have no idea. This is not my wheelhouse.
So St. Kristen, this is...
Yeah, Kristen's got the tool belt on. Yeah, she was down there with the hammer and the flashlight and towels.
Crow Talking says, when are we going to have AI radio hosts? You already have them, dude.
Yeah. It's called music radio.
Yeah. Like
that Jersey station that you overnight, they're already doing that.
They're all, it's already, by the way, Brandon on the YouTube chat says, by Greg's logic, the tractor should have been stopped because it got rid of a bunch of good paying farm jobs for people. Listen, you dummy. I'm not sitting here saying that I want to stop the process of AI from happening. Like, we can't stop it. It's happening. Right. That toothpaste is already out of the tube. And I'm not arguing.
In epic speed, by the way.
I'm not arguing about it. I'm just saying that Bernie Sanders' message there about robots, as he says, replacing good manufacturing jobs.
Oligarchy.
Resonates with people. It does.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying it resonates with people.
Nobody's ever said that Bernie.
Which is why we're going to have a socialist president in 2028.
Well, it's interesting what Bernie says that resonates with so many versus the reality of a guy like Bernie being president, is my point. But you're on the AOC thing.
I said, I'm on record saying in 2016, if it was anybody but Bernie Sanders giving that message, they would have won the presidency.
I think Zioli actually agreed with you on that a few weeks ago.
Because he's smart.
Okay. Deb Kennedy says, let's automate Congress.
God.
How about that?
No, think about all of this. Think about even, the voting situation. Look at how vigorously right now, as far as why Democrats are fighting tooth and nail just to show ID when we have to show ID for everything else. Mm-hmm. Why is that? And why is everything such a battle? Even gerrymandering. I mean, everything is these 2 political parties because it's all about them.
Power, control, and
right?
money.
They're like a teenager right now. Like, oh, it's all about me. Yeah. I'm an influencer.
Look,
and that's what they think they are.
We're never getting the money out of politics. Everybody says, politics would be much better if the money wasn't involved. There's always going to be money involved. But there are things like term limits, like you said, Dawn. Now, again, that's never going to, I don't think in my lifetime will ever be a thing. But damn, it would be great because then you'd actually be held accountable and you'd have to do either as much productive work as possible or your window to grift would be very limited.
Yeah, just go over to China.
Boy,
oh, jeez.
You don't like that one, do you? Boy. Hey, Brian, 91 LSXer's real name is Brian Wagner?
I don't know if he wants to. Hang on.
It's on his Twitter. He just tweeted us.
All right. I don't know if he wants to give that out.
Wow.
Well, he just tweeted the show.
Okay. All right.
But he signed it, Brian Wagner.
I don't know that to be true, so stop.
Okay, but Bob Johnson.
Stop reading full names, okay? Please.
Uh-oh.
I thought there was
one day you'll get radio.
If you message this show, you consent to us airing it in any form. No?
On a stick.
I'm not going to read it, Brian. You got a great tweet, but I'm not going to read it.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to read it. I'm not taking calls anymore either.
Uh-oh.
and I don't want to hear from anybody.
Uh-oh.
It's about
He's on strike.
It's about the three of us. It's not about you.
He's on strike.
No, I tried to make it about everybody, but I tried
now he's trying to defend himself.
Uh-oh.
All I'm saying is you don't need to give full names because we don't know anybody's full name.
What do you mean we don't?
You slander people when you say just because it's on Twitter doesn't mean it's true.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't understand where you're coming from at all.
Okay.
His Twitter handle is his name. So I was reading the name and the tweet that he sent us.
Maybe he
signed
doesn't.
it 91 LSX.
Maybe because he doesn't want his name out there. That's why he goes by an alias. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because his name is on the handle. He's publicly on X. What do you mean he doesn't want his name out there? If he didn't want it out there, it would be MAGA Second Amendment 1A guy 362. Oh God!
I think we should have handles.
I don't know. I should just go back to sports at this point.
I mean, if you want to.
I'm going to blow my nose right now. I got my nose. And I'm going to leave the microphone on now. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe this is banned in radio too.
There you go.
Good God!
That sounded like a horn. That was like a tuba. That's like some talent there.
No, it's deviated septum stents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got a crooked bridge.
It's all
tomorrow. Another orifice.
It's all the cocaine he did back in the early 2000s.
The football helmet is the deviated septum from taking too many headshots,
God.
which also explains the vocabulary and the grammar.
All right.
By the way, sales. I need a septum surgery.
Yeah,
we can work on that.
They're not listening because you blow your nose on the radio. Talk to us about Freedom Care, Nick.
My head hurts. I need some care. Is it covered? Is it pro bono? Hey, Philly, in all honesty, there's a crisis in home health care right now. At home caregivers, they are in short supply and families are stretched thin. So if you've been searching, perhaps you go on Google and you're looking for Medicaid home care near me. Well, you don't have to do that anymore and you don't have to wait. Freedom Care was created for this exclusively with over 160,000 families that have been served. And get this, a 97% satisfaction rate. Nobody in politics has a 97% approval rating. Think about that. Through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or a relative as the caregiver, somebody who already knows your routines and needs. Caregivers can give meals, medicine, bathing, and provide with mobility, all while getting paid sometimes daily. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and support, so caregivers can focus on caring. If you're already caring for somebody with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help they need. Freedom Care, get paid to care for a loved one. Here's the phone number. Call 267-459-1601. That's 267-459-1601. Once again, 267-459-1601.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and save up to $5,000 plus an additional $1,500 instant rebate. Bring resort-style living home with endless pool swim spas and save up to $10,000. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $3,000. Hurry to Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or Plymouth Meeting in PA, or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$8:36. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Window Nation, proud partner of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down payment and no payment or no interest for 2 years. Don't wait until the heat hits. By the way, it's going to hit on Sunday. 90 for your high. Call Window Nation for your fast, free estimate today. Normally, this is about the time we say good morning to Matt Rooney. No, he's not late. He has a planned day off. We went through the proper protocols. He was granted the leave of absence. But tomorrow morning, Tony Bruno will be with us.
Woo!
And we are guaranteed not to have any technical difficulties. Why, you ask?
Why?
Because Tony Bruno will be sitting 4 feet across from yours truly in studio.
What? Wow.
How about that?
Tony live in studio tomorrow. And by the way, he's hosting 3 to 6 today, too. Live in studio.
Oh.
So
he'll be coming right in here?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
How about that? This seat usually isn't occupied in afternoons. Physically.
Even when Scioli was here.
Even when Scioli was here, this chair goes dark once Dom leaves.
Yeah, when will that get filled?
Dawn, you and I are actually going to be doing a double dip.
Double?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll go till noon. I'll nap until noon. And then we'll come back and you and I will run it back in the afternoon. Actually, there's not a dollar amount to get me to do that. You could offer me $10 million a year, I'd say no.
Oh, if you offered me $10 million a year, I can do that. I'll take 10.
Yeah.
10 million?
You would.
I would.
Yeah. I've never understood these guys in media. And it's usually the dudes. Like, I think most women, although Dana Perino's one of the few that, is on one show and then comes back, does a show later.
Mm-hmm.
Like Stephen A. Smith. Like, bro, how many times a day do you need to be on? Seriously, you're on 2 hours on TV, then a YouTube thing, and then a game at night. I'm like, don't you ever, live your life? I mean, I get it. You don't want to be around your family. I understand that.
My friend,
spend your money and play golf.
My friend, 91 LSXer.
Yeah, him.
Because that's the.
Oh, let me blow my nose again.
That's the moniker he goes by. It says, Craig, will Tony be flapping his arms like a bird again when questioned about Iran?
Let's see, Tony, your thoughts on the Pope, Josh Shapiro, and the motives behind the war.
I'm not going to tolerate your crap.
Exactly.
Speaking of Iran, buckle up, Donnie.
Uh-oh.
All right, so we're doing Iran here, so we can scratch that at 10:03. We do not need to cover Iran in the big three.
Trump yesterday in the Oval Office was asked about the plan, what we're doing in Iran. Let's start here with cut 14. What's the plan, man?
You're going to be meeting with the generals on Iran. You rejected a deal from Iran over the weekend. Can you tell us anything about that proposal and what, if any, effort was made to break this deal?
Yeah, it was just unacceptable. A lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course they do. I have the best plan ever. Iran has been defeated militarily, totally. They have a little left. They probably built up during this period of time. We'll knock that out in about a day. But I have a plan. You know what it is? A very simple plan. I don't know why you don't say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They're very dangerous. They're very volatile. It's a terrible thing that's happened over there. They've killed 42,000 people in the last 2 months. 42,000. At least that's what we know of. 42,000 people. They killed numerous people over the last week, but they killed 42,000 people a month and a half ago. They were unarmed protesters, not at all violent protesters, and they started taking them out, shooting them. So we're not going to let them. That's the plan. You know, people say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far.
Well, I'll start with this just because it's something new and it's not me repeating my same position for the 19th time. But I did see yesterday, speaking of Venezuela, that the goal is to immediately make Venice. So I'm trying to keep up with all of this. Now the goal is to make Venezuela the 51st state. A week ago it was we're going to take Cuba. But I was told that Canada would be the 51st state.
Greenland.
But before we took Cuba, we had to go Greenland and Poland. I'm just... whatever, bro. Just get my gas back down. That's all I care about.
Well, which he's saying that he proposed, obviously needs congressional approval, but he proposed temporarily getting rid of the federal gas tax.
Right.
To help relieve some of the pain at the pump.
What would that save us? I think is it 16 cents?
16 cents
a gallon. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to complain about that. 16 cents is, I know.
Well, here's an idea. You could just, end the war. That would also do it.
But here's the thing. How do you end this?
I don't know.
Again, it's not militarily.
You leave. As soon as we went, as easy as we went in, we get the F out of there. That's how you do it. You let UAE and Saudi Arabia and everybody, Israel and all these other nations handle it. That's what you do.
All right. So let me ask you the questions this time around on Iran. So how do you get? So are you saying you don't even bother with negotiations on sort of a truce, a peace deal, like the whole 5 years versus? So you're just saying you're done negotiating.
Yes.
We're just packing up and we're out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just as easy as we went in, we get out and let those Middle Eastern countries handle it. Mm-hmm. It's simple. By the way, that 42,000 number. I mean, like, is it even possible to kill that many people in that short amount of time? Like,
I have no idea.
That number is so dubious. It's so dubious.
I will say we've heard that number for quite some time. Okay. So I think that's over the past year.
It still doesn't change the fact that they're killing their own people who are peacefully protesting. Again, it's awful, but the counter to that is, well,
Israel kills journalists.
Yeah.
Oh.
How many journalists has Israel killed?
Speaking of a journalist,
264.
Somebody was just murdered yesterday for being a spy for the CIA and the Mossad.
Yes. Yeah, an Iranian citizen.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here talking about the great virtues of Iran, but now all of a sudden they've realized, and we made them realize, us and Israel made them realize that they're an economic superpower. They're not a military superpower. They're an economic superpower. They can control the energy prices by just shutting down the strait.
Oh, interesting.
We gave that gift to them by doing this.
Well, they knew this. Yeah. They knew this is their trump card. This is the Strait of Hormuz, and they've done this before, and this is what they do. And so that's what part of what I think Trump is trying to illustrate is to show that they can do this. They have done it in the past. And so we've seen the restructuring of what was the OPEC cartels that were bringing in Russia. And this is critical here. This is weakening Russia as we speak and may lead to the end of the Russia-Ukraine situation.
And that headline was out there yesterday, right? Putin's saying it's basically over, right?
Yep. And that's thanks in part to this, because there's no more OPEC. And I said it on the day that it happened. There's no more OPEC. This strength and the cartels, the power that they had is over. And so now you have a new age. So the UAE, and to your point, Greg, those countries in the Arab countries, they have been stepping up. They're willing to step up. And this is a whole new world order where we're seeing NATO being put to the test and say, hey, if you want us, the USA, we pay the tab. You know, we're like the rich uncle that picks up the tab every single time. You got to pay more. What are we paying for? And then on the other side of this, he's restructuring the UAE with, yes, Venezuela. That's it. It all goes together, and it means we're in the driver's seat.
Well, let's
see what happens.
If we're in the
with
driver's
Iran.
seat, why are we negotiating with Iran then? If we're in the driver's seat, why do we have to wait for them to accept our proposal? And by the way, our proposal is whatever they accept. So therefore, is it really a proposal?
But you're not wrong. They are a major player in energy. They hold 10% of the world's proven oil reserves, 10%, and 15% of the natural gas reserves. That's all true.
Well, let's also take what Greg just said, that they're not a military power, but they're an economic power. If they are not to be feared militarily anymore, well then, I'm just going to take one statement and apply it to one idea. Remember Trump's Board of Peace? Remember all those nations that jumped on board with the Board of Peace? Well, then how about, now I don't recall off the top of my head, we can look it up, what nations are on the Board of Peace. But how about we take all of the bordering nations around Iran, get them to agree to the Board of Peace in conjunction with Israel, and allow the Board of Peace to say, Iran, you better play it straight, or all of us are going to go after you, which, as Greg said, is not a military superpower, and will be sure to ensure that peace is maintained.
But
right?
the whole thing
What's the point of this Board of Peace if we're not going to utilize it so that we
it
can
was
get out?
symbolic. But So I think what Greg, just to hone in on what you said about this. So they're an energy superpower, right? None of us are saying that they're, obviously their GDP and whatnot, but they're an energy superpower, and that's important. And they're holding us all, holding the world hostage. That's what they threaten to do.
It's their
and
commodity.
that's what Trump is calling them on their trump card, and he's holding this, and now he's under huge political pressure. Now today he heads to China, where he's meeting with Xi. And so what is the next move? That's what I'm watching for is, what is he negotiating here as far as this goes? Iran is not a I'm not saying they're a global, nobody here is saying they're a global superpower.
No.
But obviously they're an energy superpower. Who do they serve? Their number one client, we know, China. So that the table is set.
Yes, they are a global. Yes, they are a global superpower.
No, they're not known as an economic superpower.
We made them
they're
realize
not.
it. We made 20% of the world's energy goes through the Strait of Hormuz. How can they not be an energy superpower? Of course they are.
No.
And we made them realize that they can blockade it and stop it.
No, Dawn said they are an energy superpower.
I said they are an energy superpower.
Globally.
They are not globally an economic superpower. There's a difference.
Yes.
That I was just trying to parse through that specific thing.
Right. China is an economic superpower. The United States is an economic superpower.
Yeah.
I mean, the Middle East would be worthless without oil.
Yeah. They have, the
Middle East owns us.
They have like 70% high inflation in Iran. And that's what, when Trump talks about the fact that they were broke during his first administration, he talks about that all the time. That's his goal. He wants to make them, he uses economic power, but they are too right now with the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see where this goes.
Yeah.
What about the removal of enriched uranium? 15.
Sir, are you saying the Iranians have agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah. Well, they did it 2 days ago. They didn't, okay? They did 2 days ago. They said, you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them. But they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper. So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that. They guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time. and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back.
Will you discuss that?
They said to us that it was so badly obliterated, it was the word they actually used, that was my original word, that it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it wasn't challenged with any knowledge, it was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so successful. No, it was obliterated. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it largely in my first term, and I didn't know I'd be using it quite this much in my second term.
I think the two sets of numbers when you talk about uranium enrichment that people need to remember from that ridiculous memo, like what Trump was talking about, it should have taken 10 minutes, took 4 days. The United States says no more uranium enrichment for 20 years. Iran said we'll agree to 5. Obviously a big gap there in negotiations. But then the uranium enrichment percentage, I believe it was Iran was told by the United States they could not go above 3.67%. And obviously, if you get to about 60%, you're well on your way, if not there already, for nuclear capability. So again, two major discrepancies. To me, the time frame is irrelevant because I don't trust Iran. You could agree to 100 years. I think they would start again. I'm of two beliefs. That I don't trust them, that I do think that they would use it if they got there. I just don't think they would use it against us.
Of course they wouldn't.
Right. But again, they've killed Americans in other embassies. So that has to be factored into some of the motives behind this. Again, everybody wants to make it about one thing or the other. There's so many different layers to this. That is the complexity of the Middle East with America's relationship with Israel and other Arabic nations that don't subscribe to the way the Jews and the Americans think. And it's never going to change. That's why I am of the belief that I don't want to fight these wars in the Middle East because you're dealing with radicals. This is going on forever. It's like me and my mother-in-law. It's the same song, different. It's never going to change.
I thought you and your mother-in-law had a truce.
Well, it's a ceasefire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ceasefire.
I might violate it.
Speaking of ceasefire, how about 16 here? Does the ceasefire remain in place? The ceasefire, please.
But for the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. I said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support.
Massive.
Where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living. Yeah.
Mr. President.
That's good.
That means
That's
we're
good.
going to
on
rev up the machine again, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
How about the Kurds? Remember when we were going to give the Kurds weapons? Let's talk about that. 17.
The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, it'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have just like our country. We have lunatics too. I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates that dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics. And I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protests. You know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation in Congress. Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. But they were given, I said it wasn't going to work, by the way. I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said, they'll never get there. And I was right. I like to be right.
Contradiction.
In this case, too bad.
One after another. The whole thing. It's a giant S show. And anybody who doesn't think it is naive.
So you think we'll be home before the 250th?
It's ridiculous.
As I've said, that's going to be
this whole thing's ridiculous.
It's going to be a bad look for the country. Inflation just hit a 3-year high in April because of this Iran war. Highest since April of 2023. At 3.8% now.
Remember when?
I hope it was worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Remember when the Iranian people were going to raise up rise up. And I know they don't have any guns. I know Tony Bruno yelled at me, they don't have any guns. Okay, well then why? Then how did we expect them to rise up? Oh, that's right, we were going to arm the Kurds. Oh no, we weren't actually going to arm the Kurds. He never believed that was actually going to work. We need regime change. No, we're not actually doing the regime change. We don't know what the regime is. The regime is different than it was before. We don't know who's leading it, and are they better or worse for us? We don't know. So, and the enriched uranium, they kind of have enriched uranium, but not as much, and they kind of do. And we took out nuclear weapons in June or July of last year, but then we actually didn't. They made them all up, and then we had to take out, and we decimated the Navy. And all I'm saying is that if you try and follow the logic and all of this, it makes your head hurt. It makes your head hurt.
No complaints.
Were you saying that? Did you say 2%? The 2% GDP growth was a good thing.
No. I said inflation is now up to 3.8%, 3-year high, going back to April of 23.
Where's that inflation counter? Remember Fox and all those people, Newsmax used to have the inflation counter ticking up. It's ticking up.
Fox just broke it. Fed reports inflation jumps to 3.8%, highest increase in 3 years and 1 month.
And that's
I don't know. Fox News broke it. I'll retweet it.
No, it is. It is. You're right. I thought you said GDP, so that's why I just was like, wait a minute.
Great times.
Yeah. Consumer prices in April were up 3.8% from a year ago. These are year-to-year numbers, and yes, 3.8% it'll go back down, but it is because of the Iran war, and obviously driven by energy prices.
We call him Donald Bush now. He's Donnie Bush.
Oh boy, you guys. So either you have if this works, this whole negotiation, and we'll see what happens in China, then it'll be brilliant, and it'll blow over, and everybody will forget about it, and the mainstream media will never give Trump any credit for it.
I hope people will forget about it because there's an election coming up in 5.5 months, and I hope everybody that has the right to vote somehow has amnesia and was not living these last 5 months. I hope so.
That's why it has to get done. I mean, the early, you've got early voting. I mean, we're 1 week away from our primary here in Pennsylvania, and then obviously the main election is next fall.
You receiving emails too on that, by the way, with the May thing here in Pennsylvania?
Of course.
I keep getting emails every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
So folks, I'm telling you, now I get them from Montgomery County, but they're out there. Don't pretend like you weren't informed. You're listening right now at 8:58.
Oh, the YouTube chat is not happy with.
They're not happy with Greg.
Rich
spanking machine.
Rich Stout says replace Stalker with AI, please. You mean I don't have to get up at 4 a.m? Come on, please replace me with AI.
You love it.
Oh, please.
You've dreamed of being on morning radio. You're not going anywhere.
Please replace me.
Don't listen to him, folks.
Please replace me.
He loves his gig. He doesn't want to leave at 10:42 to go to the brand manager meeting because he loves being here with us. Because he loves being with Dawn and Nikki.
I see the numbers, and I see how it's benefiting us to do the big three for as long as we do. That's why I do it.
Yeah, wow. What a concept. People like Stalker, despite what the YouTube chat
It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with the news and the kibitzing about the news.
People like this show. People love this show, right, Dawn?
Yes.
The three of us coming at it from three different perspectives. It works.
Thank you. All right, we're way over. Dawn.
Yes.
Talk to us about your cans, please.
My cans. Marvin E. Cans, they installed, that was a year or so ago, they installed my water heaters, the Bradford Whites. I'm telling you, the nice Wooder heaters.
Yeah, Wooder.
Our power bills went down because of that. Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning, veteran founded, live by the motto of freedom isn't free, and supporters, of course, of our Travis Mayen Foundation Radiothon. So AC season is upon us. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans, for your AC tune-up. But if you do need new equipment, Marvin E. Cans will donate $100 to the Travis Mayen Foundation, $100 to TMF for every new installation. Proud installers of Trane, TRANE. It's hard to stop a train. Go to marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you sick of prices constantly rising, especially in some of your basic health essentials? You're not alone. And Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all their products, from cholesterol, metabolic support, to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually stack up your savings. When you buy 2 more bottles, you get a bonus bottles for free. Go to res-q.com to shop these deals. Stock up on your favorites or try something new that fits your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack your savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today at res-q.com or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Now's the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Just go to res-q.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
So the beauty with Crash Proof Retirement is that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. And it's going to compound over years and create more money as we move forward with Crash Proof. And the comfort we have in knowing that we're not going to lose money year to year is just very comforting.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. Even when the market crashes or goes down, we're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.906, welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Final hour brought to you by Battleship New Jersey. Step aboard the Battleship New Jersey, just minutes from Philly, on the Camden waterfront. Explore massive guns and hands-on exhibits aboard America's most decorated battleship. Perfect for families, open daily. Come aboard and see why America's most decorated battleship still inspires generations. BattleshipNewJersey.org. Hey, Fight Club's coming up in, roughly 3 minutes as we continue with the cut sheet. Today in music history, and of course, the big three.
By the way, if you want to dunk me. In the dunk tank. You have to come out to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation fundraiser. Thursday, May 28th, a live broadcast from 6 to 10 a.m. And you can bid on dunking me in a dunk tank, because I know everybody wants to do it, because I'm all up in your feelings with my correct take, the correct take about Iran.
We'll let him think that.
Yeah, no, it's the correct take. It's the correct take. I don't drink the Kool-Aid. This is come out and join us that morning. Register for tickets at 1210WPHT.com. Come on, it's 9:07. What else are you doing? When these tickets are gone, they're gone. Think about how much fun a live broadcast is going to be. We'll be yelling at each other. It'll be a good time. I'm sure by then the war will be over, and gas prices will be back down to $2.80 a gallon, right? Under $3.
I'm just going for the bacon. You hear that? I want bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel. Cup of Joe. Maybe those little small potatoes.
Go register right now. 1210WPHT.com or in the Odyssey or in the YouTube app or the YouTube chat. We're out there. By the way. Have you gone over to YouTube yet? And check this out. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Please do it. Thank you. Gas prices. Can we do that real fast?
Well, sure. They went up fast. What the hell?
Who's this new spokesbabe?
I don't know.
Spokesbabe?
Is this the Levitt?
I don't know. Who is he?
Acting Levitt?
Anna Kelly. I
have no idea.
On high gas prices, this is 18.
Oh, on TV? I have no idea.
Roll this.
Day. President Trump said again from the Oval Office today, he insists that this will drop like a rock once this all comes to an end.
Yeah.
What is President Trump and what is the White House saying today about these high energy prices?
Well, look, the president has been incredibly clear-eyed with the American people since prior to the start of Operation Epic Fury about what could happen if Iran tried to subvert the free flow of energy in the Strait of Hormuz. And he's right. Once this long-term and short-term volatility presented by Iran is removed, then those oil prices, those gas prices are going to drop dramatically. But look, I know there's a lot of confusion, it seems, on the Iranian side and in the legacy media about the state of play right now with Iran. Let me be very clear. Iran has been
been incredibly decimated. Military, their navy is at the bottom of the ocean. Their ballistic missiles are destroyed. Their production facilities are demolished. Now they are being totally crippled economically by the weight of Operation Economic Fury. So the president is not in a rush. He has all the cards at his disposal because he knows that Iran is getting weaker and weaker by the day while the United States is getting stronger and stronger.
Jeez, she's like a gingered McEnany. Boy, remember, or not McEnany. Jeez, that's the previous administration. Yeah, they're all the same. Anyway,
not in no rush.
Yeah.
In no rush.
Well, I'm in a rush. All of a sudden I'm spending more per week to go to softball for the girls and go to dance and drive into beautiful 2400 Market, as I've got a nice studio at home that I could just waddle down the steps to.
See where he's going there, Gregory.
Yeah, you see, I mean, it's,
it's not happening.
That trip to the summer beach is going to be, 4 hours each way, so that cost adds up. Yeah. There goes my raise on gas.
The three of us will always be in studio.
Oh, it's not about you. This is about me. The gas prices in our country right now.
How about that?
Suck.
How about that afternoon crew when they get there? Are they going to all be in studio?
The afternoon crew.
The new.
Oh, will they all be in studio?
I
From
actually
3 to 6
I
or
actually
whatever.
like that name.
Well,
the afternoon crew.
Dawn, are you jealous? Are you jealous?
No.
If
I'm just saying it's a precedent.
You're right.
allow.
Yeah, that's right. What did Bender say in Breakfast Club?
Oh, if I allow.
If they get up and leave, we all get up and leave.
Well,
it'll be
the last afternoon show set the precedent by never being here. So, right? And that happened before I took over. So there's nothing I can do about it.
Right. So they had been grandfathered in, but now this is under your control.
Yeah.
So now it matters.
If they're in studio or not.
Nick, I'm just trying to increase leverage here. That's all
I'm with you. That's why I'm. Normally you're my lawyer, and you know what? You keep preaching, girl.
And then Greg will go, no, you have to go, okay, baby. That's my, I'm the worst negotiator ever, so.
I'm actually scared to negotiate, believe it or not.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not a demands guy. I'm just not. I voice my displeasure occasionally, but I'm not a going in and this is the way it's going to be, or because I always end up on the losing end of those things. So I just, I take my pounding with pleasure.
Gross.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Bo. Bo is in Levittown. Bo, what do you know?
I know, Bo.
Hey, you know what, Greg? You're absolutely correct in your take. Here's the issue, though. You need to come up with a solution. Here's Bo's solution. Other than the fact that we can't make a sheet of glass, I guess, because we have morals and things like that. The second solution would be to send in the Pope so he can bend over and, give them everything that they want and they take over the world. My third solution, don't we have the engineering scientific capacity to make a Suez-type canal on the good side of the Arab countries for the Strait of Hormuz? Can't those Arab countries pay for that? I mean, I know it might take a while, 10 to 20 years, but it is a solution from that standpoint. Or we get the Arab countries to go in there and do a land war and totally take them over and obliterate every single one of them. I mean, what's going to happen? It's like anything else. What's going to happen is we just leave. They're going to go back to their nonsense. Their people are going to protest. They're going to get killed. And, like the Pope says, we'll just accept it, because, he doesn't want wars.
Well, Bo, let them
kill their own people.
Bo, let me piggyback off of one of your ideas there with letting the other Arabic nations, kind of hold Iran's feet to the fire. All we ever hear is how all of these other nations dislike Iran. So if that's true, and Iran is the redheaded stepchild of Islamic extremism in the Middle East, then why aren't these other countries fighting the war that we should not be fighting?
It's, with all the respect, it's about the crazy religion. They're not going to cross over, and they feel that they're fighting against their brethren, is what I think it is about. That's totally what I think it's about.
So Bo, are you you think we made the right call going in and doing this?
In retrospect, and it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, I would say no. Unfortunately, I think you got to let them continue. I mean, it's a shame, and I feel bad for their people. But
Yeah, there are bad countries. There are bad countries in the world. Like we can't police all of them. You know what I mean?
We got to stop. If I was the president of the world, I would say, okay, we leave all these countries, we leave NATO, we let them fend for themselves. And if you screw with us, we go in there and we just take care of you. And I mean, like, take care of them by.
Would you say Would you let Israel fend for itself too?
I would definitely let Israel fend for itself because they are capable of fending for themselves. And, you know, Greg, and I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate your passion, and just continue to give me great radio during the course of the day, okay? I get through my day listening to you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice of Bo.
Very nice.
He even gave credit to Greg on the brand manager from the second half of his day.
That's nice.
Nice.
Yeah. What time's your day typically end as a brand manager?
It never ends.
Yeah, I know. But what time you?
He's the eternal brand manager.
I had the morning host in Richmond, Virginia, calling me at 8:55 last night as I was laying down to go to sleep.
Interesting. You ignore the morning host in Philadelphia.
I ignored him.
Oh, wow. Now, why would a morning host in Virginia bother you? Was he upset about redistricting?
He said something that started an S storm online.
Oh. Well, I mean, we've got to again.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Let me instruct that guy. I'll tell you what not to do and what to do.
Yeah. One day, people will listen to me.
I'll help the Virginia guy.
My point is that one day people will listen to me and not put things on social media that live forever.
Right.
Just saying.
Dummies out there.
Yeah. Yeah. One day you will listen to me. All right, let's do this.
These guys don't learn.
Here's your final warning before we start this segment.
People that get offended easily, y'all should just get the out now.
Time for a No Rooney Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club, delivering a
Money blow
to all those other morning shows who love to play it safe in BPC. We're here to give you an
uppercut,
and put you all
down for the count.
Yubba dubba do, everyone. Fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are gonna knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Thank you, Alex. By the way, how's the InfoWars going?
They signed off.
Yeah, I know.
They signed off. Was it last week?
Yeah.
Him and Colbert will be hanging out this
What a
summer.
shame.
Sipping
What a shame.
cocktails on a yacht.
What a shame. It's almost like things you say have consequences.
You think he's broke?
No, he grifted. He grifted so much.
Yep.
He sold people dietary supplements and all that, the powder, in case the end of the world comes, all that stuff.
By the way, too, speaking of products and powder, who's the California fitness lady who's kind of maha, kind of conservative, but she's a lesbian? She's all over Fox News now, pimping products. The hell is her name? Jillian Michaels. Oh, if I see her one more time peddling powder, my head's going to explode.
It's at
least bring me back Mike, the pillow dude.
Mike Lindell.
Give me Lindell, for God's sakes. Whatever happened to Mike Lindell?
He has a bunch of lawsuits from saying untrue things.
If it's not Lindell, it's Jillian Michaels or the replacement gummies for fruits and vegetables. Amazing Hannity can make $25 million a year when they have 3 advertisers. Jesus. By the way, I won't be appearing on Fox anytime soon. Thought that they would want me, but
yeah, it is funny. Rich is correct. I
don't care.
You burned your bridge and you threw it back, and you're like, okay.
I have no problem detonating a bridge I have no desire to cross.
I agree with you. That's why I say what I say.
My boss was like, "Why do you rip ESPN? Like, isn't that the gold standard of where you want to be?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to be on ESPN, dude. Never had an interest in it."
When they show me the door here, the last thing I'm gonna be in is radio or TV or anything like that.
When I'm showing the door, I'm gonna collect cans on a beach and just be a homeless guy under a bridge.
All right. Today's Fight Club was submitted by a gentleman by the name of Nick Kayal.
Hey, this might be a decent submission.
Hey.
Which one did I submit? I forget. I've sent you a couple in the last few days.
The Hot Dog Vendor Fight Club.
Oh.
Do you remember this? Or
I do.
You
this was yesterday.
Drunkenly sent it to
No,
me?
I was sober yesterday. I saw a big softball game. Although my daughter should be tested. Their team stunk last night.
They got dusted 7-2. The streak is over. Pets' heads are falling off. Coaches aren't happy.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go there right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm waiting. Go there. All right, hot dog fight club. Hot dog vendor fight club. Roll this.
All right, a lot of music going on here early. Gathering on the sidewalk. There's the vendor. Not your typical. Now, see, it's not a truck. It's not like in New York or in Philly where you have the food truck. Got some ugly dude grinding with a chick. She doesn't want to let him go. He doesn't want to get married. By the way, I did not watch this fight. I just submitted it to you.
Not a strike.
Yeah. So I'm hoping something happens here because right now there's not much action.
Oh my God! You didn't watch it?
No, I didn't. I just saw the headline. I'm just
Oh my God!
Well, here we go. All right, so here we go. But the New York Post had it, so I think it has to be pretty good. So now there's a conflict here. We have a guy standing between two chicks, probably fighting over the same wiener. And there we go. And they're off. We got chicks. They're down on the ground. They're actually in the. Is that the sidewalk? Or
they're in the intersection.
Okay. Come on, give me a hair pull, baby. No weaves.
Boy, this is a low energy
yeah,
fight.
You know what?
Oh man, Nick.
Get Gary Stam on the line.
Oh, that is.
Wow. Let Gary Stam rip me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's a bad job out of me.
Oh, that is bad.
I know.
One day, Nick, you will care about this product that we put on the air.
To proofread it.
One day.
Yeah.
One day.
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it?
Oh, that's
a bad job out of me.
That is disgraceful.
I am not above self-inflicted repercussions. I'm going to give myself.
Wasn't it just you yesterday? Wasn't it you yesterday who was just complaining about?
Yeah. Quality of the product.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a bad job out of me.
Wow.
I am a walking hypocrite.
Well, luckily we have something in the background.
Do we have extras? Do we have a backup?
This is Cut 11. This is an altercation that happened at Popeye's Chicken.
All right, so we're going from hot dogs to chicken.
Police officer attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful. Roll this. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's what.
Look at this.
All right, so. Hey, let's actually pause this. Let's set the dynamic up here because this is a much better submission than mine was. So we have a white female officer, a black female customer, and a black female store manager, I'm assuming.
By the way, her ass starts
at
her shoulders.
Right. The customer should probably cut out the Popeyes because the store manager is pretty fit, and the police officer obviously is relatively fit.
Yeah.
All right, want to re-rack it?
Yeah,
now we've established all of the identities. Let's roll this.
All right, let's go, Phil.
3, 2, 1. Yep. Let her walk up.
You notice too that they're not afraid of the cops.
No, like
no.
And the cop did nothing wrong there.
And you know that was all over nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that was all over over. You know, she got one less chicken in her bucket o' chicken.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She actually says, "I want a pot pie." Does she realize Popeyes doesn't have pot pies? I want my pot pie. You're what?
Is that what she says in the beginning?
I think who knows?
Start it over, Phil.
Who am I to judge grammar?
Start it over, Phil.
Let's see if
Let's go.
Right there.
Yeah.
Popeyes.
Look at it. Also the shame of the belly shirt with the big gut hanging out.
Right.
I look good.
Yeah. It doesn't even go over the full piece of real estate. Yeah. Yeah. That guy's just like, I'm just getting my to-go order. Get the hell out of here.
Just live very far away from a Popeyes.
I tell you what.
The American dream.
I like Popeyes.
You do?
I think their chicken's great.
Well, it's junk food.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's better than KFC. No question. Yeah. In the fast food chicken wars, give me Popeyes over KFC. What's the one that you see with DoorDash all the time now? Wingstop. Yeah.
By the way, 91LS Extra makes a great point.
Oh, is that Bob Johnson that we can't? It's that guy, yeah.
He says in 2020, the African American community swore they were afraid of the cops because they were hunted on the streets. Does that woman look like she was afraid of the police officers?
No, she's
not at all.
She's hunting biscuits and coleslaw.
But that's what I mean.
Biscuits and coleslaw.
This narrative of we're hunted on the streets and we're afraid of the police officers. They're not.
Until we're defying their orders to stop resisting or to keep it moving or to act civil in a place of business.
Disgraceful.
It is
disgraceful. And by the way, Sarah Weiss, I love you, but that was not a fight club. That was just.
So we're 0 for 2 actually now.
Yeah, but
so
it
both
wasn't
Sarah
a fight club.
And I.
It was not a fight club.
Oh, I thought she submitted it as a fight club.
No, that was I just, if you notice on my sheet here, that was just cut 11. There was no fight club attached.
Okay.
To it. I just wanted to redeem your weak ass fight club.
Well, I think we're 0 for 2. There's got to be somebody out there that has somebody with a fisticuff or a weave or a hair tug.
Ed Durr sent me one. I'm gonna play his tomorrow because his are way better than yours are.
They are. Yeah. I've actually whiffed on a few of them.
You have?
Yeah. You know what it is? Honestly, some of these mainstream outlets like the New York Post, they totally dupe you with the headline.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
I should have tracked down the video itself, but I was just out of time. Things going on.
Don, talk to us about Piazza.
Got that thing.
Got that thing.
That thing.
We got Piazza. Yeah, get ready to ride in style this summer. Are you ready to ride? Maybe get that new or certified luxury vehicle. You know you want it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends, Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always here for you to assist you in your unique vehicle search. And that's across our region. Yeah, the tri-state region. That's right. The Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. So it's time. Find your Mercedes-Benz, your BMW, your Porsche, Infiniti. What about that Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover? Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the Second Amendment with America's 250th. I mean, this is a great time to remember our freedom and liberty, and that's what Bob's Little Sports Shop is all about. The entire team at Bob's is all about our Second Amendment and protecting our rights safely and confidently. And ladies, I want to tell you about 2 great events coming up. The last 2 women's only shoots for the summer, Sunday, May 17th and Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card and no experience is needed. But you do have to register and it will fill up, so go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. I was just at the last co-ed shoot they did and we had a blast and I learned so much, and you will too. And you'll have a great time making friends and working on your skills. And Bob's has the best selection of firearms anywhere. So bobslittle.sportshop.com and sign up Sunday, May 17th, Sunday, June 7th. Last ones for the year. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available for Nashville, Arizona, Jacksonville, and more. And you never know if you might need your passport for an international game. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or your local CVS.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been going to the Bentz Dental Group for more than a decade, mostly twice a year cleanings, but over the past year, wear and tear have taken a toll. I needed more advanced care. Dr. Bentz knew my history, and I knew I was in the right hands for something complex. Board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz specialize in advanced dental cases using the latest technology. Get the smile that you really want. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 9:36, Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. This segment presented by Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer, inside or outside, and save during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Enjoy 20 to 50% savings store-wide. It begins on May 15th, right through the 31st. To visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Cut sheet rolls on. By the way, tomorrow shaping up to be a total banger.
Banger.
As the kids say. It's going to be a banger. I don't know when our show is not a banger, but tomorrow we will have Tony Bruno in studio. Sitting right across from me. He'll have to pivot around and yell at Greg. And then he'll have to look real far to see Dawn, because Dawn's back in the next booth.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We're all lined up.
Better bring Dawn in here with Tony. We'll do like a round table in here.
We all have our own working spaces. That's fine. Like, that's what we need.
Yeah, the problem with it that we've found in the past is it's higher quality when we're in separate studios,
right?
As we are,
right.
That's the only reason.
I actually like it because I don't like talking during commercials. I like thinking. I used to work with a guy who wanted to continue the show during the commercial. I'm like,
you think he thinks during the commercials, Don?
Just plotting out the.
I'm recusing myself from this.
Just plotting out tomorrow's show.
We don't need we roast each other in here every day, right?
Right. Kayal and Company is basically a live 4-hour non-Netflix production of a roast.
Thank you.
Filled with a lot of news, information, and opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
News you can use.
Yes.
And takes that'll make you rip your hair out.
Speaking of opinions, speaking of videos, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Did you guys see this gunman that opened fire on a street in Cambridge, Massachusetts yesterday?
Crazy. Yeah.
This is obscene.
Guys just running down the street, yeah.
Do we know? So apparently one person was injured. Before then, the police shot the suspect.
Do we know if they killed him? Because this guy deserves. I mean, you talk about firing squad. This guy deserves to be pumped full of lead.
I do think they killed him.
Good. It's right on the waterfront too.
Roll this.
It's crazy.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the street.
Got a scope on this gun and everything.
Look at this guy.
Wearing a skull cap and shorts.
Somebody firing back at him.
Yeah.
And he's running.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Play it again, Phil.
Yeah, this is like straight out of a Call of Duty scene. It's unbelievable.
By the way, Cambridge, where Harvard is.
Oh, is it? Wow.
Wow.
Was that a Palestinian protester?
That is insane.
Yeah. Do we have any
scary?
I'm assuming police didn't just resort to tasers at that point. It was just shoot to kill, right?
They should have.
Yeah, I saw this go. I saw this yesterday. Do we have any other details on this?
Is it?
What the hell caused this guy to go? And this is right out in the middle of a 4-lane highway.
Yeah, it's a busy street.
Right.
It's a busy street there in Cambridge, Massachusetts. A guy.
The two are critically injured, and it was a Marine veteran who helped take him down.
Oh, okay. It wasn't the shooter. Wasn't a Marine veteran.
No.
Okay, good.
No, not to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for the latest one, but it was near Harvard. Two are in critical condition with life-threatening injuries, and so there are some updates here. The gunman started shooting into traffic, and you saw that they quickly cleared the highway, but he was shooting into the traffic. Happened yesterday afternoon. So the DA did have a news conference, and so what we're learning is that he was actively firing, as you saw, and it was erratic, and was shooting randomly. I don't think that this was targeted. It was at random vehicles.
Wow.
And so a trooper and a civilian identified as a former Marine fired their weapons and struck and killed the gunman ID'd as Tyler Brown.
Play it again, Phil.
He was shot multiple times. Tyler Brown is his name.
Play it again, Phil.
He just steps off the curb and
just opens fire.
So he was just opening fire on.
This is obviously caught on cell phone footage.
Yeah.
So he struck at least two people, but Tyler Brown, as far as Tyler goes, he survived this.
Oh,
what a shame.
It says Brown will be charged with 2 counts of armed assault with intent to murder, possession charges, as well as a variety of other charges.
Yeah. Total mental health breakdown.
I know this will be a shock to many of you, but Tyler Brown was on probation.
Hmm.
So he's.
Do we have a description of the suspect? Hard to tell in this footage.
No, it's not.
No, you
don't
look again.
So?
It's not a.
Is it? I don't know. I can't really tell.
Nut job. Tattooed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know. Okay.
I'm looking at him. I mean, I don't know what his what do you mean, his ethnicity? I see a lot of tattoos.
I was just asking for a description of the suspect.
Brown hair, kind of. I think he's a light-skinned guy, but he could be multi-ethnic. I have no idea.
Does he go by pronouns?
Yeah, right.
I mean, these are the things we need to know.
These are
because these are the things that are advertised on
news you can use.
LinkedIn pages.
News you can use, absolutely.
Yeah. Pronouns on your LinkedIn page. You should be deplatformed.
Speaking of shootings, President Trump praised Secret Service Director Sean Curran for helping ensure the safety of both him and Vice President J.D. Vance following the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting incident.
I'll save my comments for after the clip.
Roll 30.
I want to thank also a friend of mine, Secret Service Director Sean Curran. I see you back there, Sean. Thank you very much. And I thought you did a great job 2 weeks ago. You know why? Because I'm here, okay? We consider being here a success. And I'll tell you what, your people are all over the place. You know, you got a little, no matter how well you do, they're going to find fault. But I will be the one to find fault if I think there was fault. They had great professional people, and they came out, and within seconds, I saw them take J.D. by the shoulders and lift him up like he was a little boy. I said, how come they didn't lift me up so fast? They lifted J.D., got ripped out of the chair. That was a view of the week. But they did the job, J.D., right? I think.
I'm more of the Eric Trump mindset.
I am totally unsatisfied.
I don't, and I say it all the time. For a guy who never has a problem saying what's on his mind, and like that clip we played of Bill Maher with Fetterman, where it's refreshing that Trump will just, use no filter and not think things through and just, blurt out his inner monologue. The way he continues, so the bar is keep me alive. Like, I guess, technically the Secret Service, the job is to keep the president alive. But with all of these close calls, you continue to say what a great job they do?
Well,
I don't get it.
As the commander-in-chief, he shouldn't be the one that says it. He should be like, oh, no, you guys, thank you. You guys did a great job. And then a hatchet man needs to come in there and clean house with the CIA, the Secret Service head.
But
you know
this
what I
is
mean?
a guy who's got no problem telling people that they suck and you're fired. It's weird, isn't it?
No, it's not, because this is like their job is to protect him.
Yeah,
you think he's gonna?
But 3 times I mean, dude, if he doesn't turn his head, he's dead.
Yeah, but their job again, Nick. Their job is to protect him. You think he's gonna go out there and condemn them? And then be like, okay, you don't like the job we're doing, we're not going to protect you.
I mean, this is like Trump. This is like being the head coach of the Jets, and your defense gave up 32 points, and you're up there at the post-game press conference saying, I thought we were tremendous on the defensive side of the ball. What? You gave up 32 points. You weren't tremendous.
Again, you bring somebody in as the hatchet man, and you oust Karan or whatever his name is.
I'm telling you, I would gut that entire. Of all the things that you can strip apart, the Secret Service to me would be the top priority for me. If I was damn near killed 3 times, they would all be gone. I'm serious. I'd bring in Navy SEALs, the baddest dudes on the planet, because this cannot be the best of the best. I'm sorry. No disrespect to law enforcement. You know, I'm a pro-police guy through and through, but some of these schmucks in suits leaves, in my opinion, leaves a lot to be desired. We're just going to break down a little metal detector. Ooh, somebody just ran by. Hold on, let me grab my gun here.
Yeah, no, it's
come on,
it's
man.
Bad. It's bad. The whole operation, it needs to be gutted and rebuilt. But it's also not Trump's job to do that.
And it hasn't. And think about this. Well, the talking points were, well, he was relegated to the C team in Butler because Jill and Kamala had events and they were in office and they were in Pennsylvania. Well, like the last one, he's the president, so he's no longer relegated to the JV squad out of office as just the Republican nominee. He's the POTUS.
Yeah.
And he's still surrounded by incompetence.
He did an informal poll yesterday on who the crowd likes more, JD or Marco. Roll 28.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be JD? Is it going to be somebody else? I don't know. Does anybody have... Okay, let's go. You ready? Who likes JD Vance? Who likes Marco Rubio? All right. Sounds like a good ticket. JD and that was a perfect ticket. By the way, I do believe that's a dream team, but these are minor details.
You know, I was thinking about when I watched this clip last night. It reminds me of Heath Ledger as the Joker, where he says we are seeking aggressive expansion, but we only have room for one, and he snaps the pool stick in half, and lets the 2 guys fight over the last spot.
Yep.
I really do think that Trump likes to see who's the killer of all killers. Like, he wants to know who the next alpha is, right? Like, who will take the mantle, who will take the ball and run. It's kind of funny when I mentioned yesterday the polling. J.D. Vance leads the way still. I forget which poll. This might have been Atlas Intel, I think, at 40%. And most polls have shown that Rubio and the prediction markets have had Rubio right neck and neck, if not surpassing Vance. But in this one, it was Vance 1, Rubio 3, DeSantis 4, with Don Jr. at number 2. Here's what I'm hoping and praying for, Don. I want Don Jr. to run in the primary. I want it to be J.D., Don Jr., Rubio, and Mustard. It would be the best thing to ever happen for this show.
Well, I think first and foremost, it's good we have a deep bench. I certainly think that what happens with regard to Iran and the Iran, whether you call it the Iran war, conflict, excursion, whatever, but this week, right now, may determine the future of who gets that top spot. Because if they get her done and they achieve the goal, then Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, he looks awesome. But if this is an epic failure, which Greg Stocker kind of predicts, then
I don't want it to be.
But I mean, you have feared that it will be an epic failure, or at the very least, just kind of fall flat. Which means, is that a failure for Rubio?
Yes.
Yeah, well, Rubio goes down. Rubio goes down in flames.
Yeah,
Vance is the one that looks better, because the narrative will then be that Rubio's a war hawk.
Marco Rubio will not be our next president. Thank you.
I think he would do a good job.
I
think the bench is actually, to Don's point, I think the bench is good. I think Vance,
the
Dems, or Mustard.
That's what you want.
The Dems think their bench is good too. So
Well, no, they don't. You really think they do?
No, they don't even
I
agree.
do.
They don't
Deep
even.
down.
They don't agree on anything.
Okay. All right.
Until they get their marching orders on socialism, and then
I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. And I think he'll do better than anybody thinks. That's the scary piece of this.
Well, that's
because he's very good with the media. He's very well funded. It's all about the commercials, the money, and flooding the zone with social media lies.
Well, Democrats are a lot of things, but they're not stupid. And, you would think that they would be smart enough. Now, this goes and runs counter to Stalker's prediction of AOC one day. I mean, they're going to sit there and they're going to have conversations. We've tried Hillary. We've tried Kamala. Either we haven't learned or the third time is the charm. One of those two headlines.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
All right, we have to break.
All right, we'll come back and get to some calls. We've got music. We've got news. A lot more still ahead. Dawn's Big Three coming up. Dawn Show, top of the hour. Stay right there.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home. And your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Jeep.com wants to save you money this month. No need to wait for Memorial Day sales. Today through Saturday only, Jeep.com is having a pre-Memorial Day sale on their huge selection of over 300 Jeeps and Ram trucks. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days. For qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7 at Jeep.com. Again, that's Jeep.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. Simple fun and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
May weather is nice, but the summer heat is coming, and so are the high utility bills. Don't wait for your AC to start working overtime. Call Window Nation now. During Window Nation's May sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Replace your windows and get half of them absolutely free. Plus, get 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. The experts at Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Closing in on the Dawn Show, the Big Three, just moments away as we wind it down here on a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno will be with us not only tomorrow in studio, and for the full 4 hours, or are we starting with Tony at 7:45 with the cut sheet?
7:45.
7:45 with the cut sheet, and of course today he will be handling afternoon drive duties from 3 until 6. Yes, afternoon drive duties.
Duty.
Exactly. Right now, it is the duty of Phil Almquist to let you know what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 12th, we celebrate the birthdays of Billy Duffy from the Cult, Steve Winwood, Billy Squire, as well as Eric Singer. Single the Coup Don't Close Your Eyes by Kix in 89. And It's Still Rock and Roll to Be by Billy Joel in 80. Out of the Coup Exile on Main Street by the Stones in 72. Are You Experienced by Jimi Hendrix in 67. And Robert Fripp released his solo debut album in 79. Also in 86, Joe Strummer of The Clash was banned from driving after being convicted of drunk driving. In 84, Lionel Richie was topped the singles chart. In 75, Jefferson Starship played a free show in New York Central Park. In 73, Led Zeppelin was topped the album chart with Holy. In 68, Brian Jones made his final live appearance with the Stones. In 65, they recorded Satisfaction. In 81, The Who's album Face Dances went gold. And in 97, Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson appear on VH1 Storytellers. And lastly, on this day in 60, just to trigger Greg, on Frank Sinatra's TV variety show, he honored the king, Elvis Presley, who was recently discharged from the Army. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Hopquist.
Haven't we triggered Gregory enough today?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
When is this sucking up to Linda Kern's Elvis news going to end?
Never. On my last day at PHT.
Or your last day.
Wow.
Whoever's day comes first. Greg or
Our
Phil's.
loyal Phil.
Wow. I do like the fact that you're loyal, even though it's against me.
Dawn Stenzelin, let's get to the big three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stenzelin.
Sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union on this 70-degree sunny day. Hey, let's get to number one, the Quakertown 5. Yes, new developments for at least one of those Quakertown, this is Bucks County, students facing charges from that anti-ICE protest that turned violent that we've been reporting on. The student's attorney, Ed Angelo, confirms he and his client are in a Bucks County court. Angelo saying that a judge will hear two different pretrial motions, including one to have all pending charges against his client dismissed. So that we have that going on. This is an underage juvenile. So we've heard that at least one of the students wanted to cut some kind of a plea deal. So hopefully after today's court appearance, we'll get more deets on that one. We wanted to bring you this CBS 3 report to summarize all of the recent developments.
Announced yesterday, Scott McElree was on the job at reduced hours as police chief and borough manager. Today, council released a lengthy statement concluding the chief was physically beaten and seriously injured by the students, and officers showed restraint and professionalism thanks to training from Chief McElree.
This all stems from a school walkout on February 20th when about 40 teenagers walked through town to protest ICE. After a few blocks, police attempted to arrest one of the protesters. Then Chief McElree, who was wearing regular clothes and driving an unmarked car, got involved in a physical altercation with some of the teens. Later, many said they had no idea he was an officer, but the council says the chief identified himself and turned his car's lights and sirens on. At one point, McElree appeared to put a 15-year-old girl in a chokehold. In today's statement from the Borough Council, it said this was not a chokehold. Instead, it said this was due to a height difference between McElree and the girl, and because he was knocked to the ground by students. The borough sent over 20 images.
Punching him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to stop. They're literally punching him.
Also nice of CBS 3 to share the news of him not only identifying himself verbally, but putting the lights on of the vehicle. Mm-hmm. Because the only thing that we had to go on for the 2 months we talked about this story, Dawn, was the fact that he did have some sort of shirt or vest that said police on it underneath his jacket, right?
Right. And so I give them a lot of credit.
Yeah.
Because they went through this meticulously with the whole situation.
Yep.
So I think that's almost over.
Instead, it said this was due to a height difference between McElree and the girl, and because he was knocked to the ground by students.
Yes, look at
the
them.
borough sent over 20 images of the events that day, like this one that shows students walking in the road and blocking traffic and interacting with McElree prior to the brawl. The borough captioned this image as another protester striking Chief McElree in the back of the head with a fist. 5 teens were arrested that day, spent several nights in custody, and were charged with felonies. Most of the teens have since had the felonies dismissed. It's unclear how the Borough Council came to its conclusions. They did not share what evidence they reviewed and whether they interviewed witnesses. An attorney for one of the teens who was facing charges sent me a statement saying, in part, the Borough Council report fits nicely into our 2-tiered system of justice. My 15-year-old client got arrested in minutes, then jailed for 4 nights. Meanwhile, the chief gets a slap on the back.
Okay, that was...
Now, we reached out...
That's okay. That was that Ed Angelo, who represents the 15-year-old, is the one that's in court today,
Well,
okay?
I hope that, I know the felonies have been dismissed, but I hope a judge or a jury or a prosecutor ensures somehow, some way that from a misdemeanor standpoint, something sticks.
So the update from this, because you heard that report where they said that they did not give all of the background on everything that they made the decisions upon. So I want to give you 2 updates from even this report.
Can I say one thing before you give us the update?
Yeah.
You know when stuff like this doesn't happen? When people behave.
That's right.
And you know who never got into an altercation like this with a cop? The people who obey the law. And if a cop says something to you, you do it. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest issue here is that, well, he had her in a chokehold. First of all, it's not a chokehold. Right. He was trying to restrain her. He was trying to restrain her because she was acting like an a-hole.
Yes.
And as he was doing that, as he was trying to restrain her, he was getting punched and hit by a bunch of thugs. This is, I don't care I don't care if they're 15, I don't care if they're 12, I don't care if they're 19. It doesn't matter. They're thugs that are breaking the law. They're breaking the law.
All could have been avoided if he just stayed in class.
Nobody knows how to act properly. It's so disgraceful. The only people that get in situations like this, are the ones that have attitudes, the ones that think that they can fight back. Just let the if you're breaking the law, acknowledge it and just be done with it. You know what I mean? And stuff won't escalate.
Yep. So council has released, because of news reports late last week, and you heard the verbiage there saying, well, they really didn't go through step by step and explain everything. So now they have. They've released this lengthy play-by-play. They included still photos of the video that you just saw. And they released this lengthy statement concluding that Chief McElree was physically beaten, he was seriously injured by these students, and that officers showed restraint and professionalism thanks to the training from, and the training was managed by and led by Chief McElree. He is just back to work this week, by the way. Just back. He had broken ribs. He had a concussion.
Yes. Look at the way they beat this.
I mean, if you look at the video, if you slow-mo it or still shot it, I mean, this man, they beat the you-know-what out of him.
There's got to be, Don,
They pulled up his shirt over his head at one
15 to 20 kids. These are animals. Just enough with this.
Yeah.
Enough with this.
Yeah. I mean, so for that attorney, I would love, I would love to be in court today and play on a big screen the video of that, because you just saw the statement from the attorney going, oh, he gets a slap on the wrist. Really? You think this is a slap on the wrist? This man, this chief of police, and by the way, all the officers in separate interviews, they said that, first of all, they were saying, that's the police chief, stop, that's the chief of, they absolutely, according to the law enforcement, knew this was law enforcement.
I got to tell you guys, too, because everybody will, I'm already expecting the emails because, oh, you're a police officer apologist and, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know who is the toughest on police officers? Other police officers, because they don't want people like this making them look bad.
Good cops don't like bad cops.
So when the people are like, oh, it was his own union and his own people that exonerated him from this. You know what they wouldn't have done if he was guilty of anything? Exonerated him, because it makes them look bad.
Yep.
It's absolutely ridiculous to not say that this guy did anything wrong. Anything wrong. In fact, I would argue he didn't beat him enough.
Yeah,
how about that?
And it's still assault, whether it's a police officer or not. So just because that he's a cop, what you did to him doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you don't have the right to break somebody's ribs and give him a concussion in a 9-on-1 assault.
It's just ridiculous. It makes my head hurt for this.
Right.
From this,
I want actual consequences for
a
man putting hands on a minor.
A minor. Stop putting your hands on Twinkies, sweetheart. How about that?
Seems like most of it is just taking what Scott's account was.
I think it was a biased report.
The report also laid out four.
I would like all of those parents, seriously, I would have loved, if I were a reporter, which I was a lot of years here in Philadelphia, I would get like an iPad, like a large iPad out there and show that video in slow-mo and say, do you think that this is okay?
Right.
Look at this video. Here's the chief. And you can hear the cops in the video, if you like, saying, police, that's a police. And they pull his shirt up over his head. He's down on the ground. They're still stomping on his head.
Right.
He suffered broken ribs. And I would love to see those same parents react and say,
well, I'm glad
Do you think
brought
this
up-
is okay?
I'm glad you brought up parents because I was just going to ask that question. We always talk about how the Democrats want to defund the police, the media demonizes the police. This has to also has to be a parenting thing.
Yes,
absolutely.
These kids have been raised by parents that thinks that cops are just rogue criminals.
Nick, these are the parents.
Yeah,
these are the parents that are speaking out.
That lady was a parent with the glasses on, the Twinkie lady.
I'm assuming so.
Okay, I thought she was a student.
Oh, no, those were parents.
Oh.
I not only want him to get fired, I
That's a
want
parent.
him to
Yeah,
get
you're right.
prosecuted.
You're right. Okay.
The incident is still prosecuted. Can you imagine? This guy's just doing his job.
Right.
These people are in the middle of the street disrupting traffic, stopping people from having to go to work and doing things.
Yep.
And these people don't even know what they're protesting.
Well, let's ask this question: If the chief was not off duty and he was fully uniformed, do we still think this would occur? I say yes.
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 Yeah, you saw other officers there who were being struck.
Yep.
So the statement that they released, they said these are literally hours and hours of videos showing the events of February 20th. Many of these videos, especially those of Chief McElree being attacked, they're very chaotic and hard to follow. So that's why they released these still images in the report that would better convey the gravity of the situation and the level of violence that was directed at Chief McElree while still illustrating the facts set forth in the statement. So what they're doing is they're going to extra efforts to answer point by point, screenshot by screenshots to say this is what happened. And by the way, the one girl who was identified, there was one girl in one of the shots as an instigator who was striking people and was one of the pot stirrers, if you will, within this group.
Hair dyed green.
He was
Grow up, lady.
The police chief was out on medical leave. Like I say, he's just back this week, not to full capacity, but he was severely injured, multiple broken bones.
Was he on paid leave?
I believe so, Nick.
I sure hope so.
He had a collapsed lung, so he was hospitalized.
A collapsed lung.
Collapsed lung?
And you're telling me that he did something wrong?
Yeah.
He's the one who had a collapsed lung,
Yes.
and they're arguing that he should be prosecuted.
Yes.
These parents should have their children taken away from them, in my opinion.
Residents say they will continue to ask questions until trust is restored and students are treated with fairness and respect.
And we told them we would keep showing up for them because they were scared, you know.
And he's saying there's kids.
A lot of them are still scared. They don't want to come out.
Oh, these stupid man bun.
They're
You
victims.
stink. You stink on ice.
He had he had 3 broken ribs, a collapsed lung, a lacerated ear, a badly cut ear, and he had a concussion.
Thank God, Dawn. Thank God you are on these airwaves talking about this, because if you look at CBS News and 6 ABC and everything else, all you see is the reaction from the parents. Oh, the cops did. You don't hear about this. In fact, I'm following the story pretty closely. I didn't know all of that. So, thank you for bringing this out because the public, I don't think, knows what bad shape this officer was in by these punks, these thugs.
I'm sure 6 ABC will platform the chief's wife and all she's had to deal with, assuming he's married, with medical
That's a good
bills
point.
and home care.
And just suffering, pain. I mean, collapsed lung, like you said, that takes a long time to heal from that type of injury.
Honestly, I feel like the best fuel for me is instead of doing nothing, I just keep showing up.
Oh, you're disgraceful.
So
show up to Weight Watchers.
The green hair gives it away.
So seriously, there's something that you can do if you would like to, and that I will say this: they still have not received the word from the new DA, Joe Kahn. This is the first public test of a politically charged, and it is politically charged, unfortunately, because it involves anti-ICE protests, right?
Of course.
And so this is a brand new DA. He was sworn in, Joe Kahn was sworn in, in January? This happened February 20th. And so he has yet to release his findings from his review. Please, if you're, whether or not you're in Bucks County, but especially if you're in Bucks County, please write a thoughtful email, a letter, something. Not a phone call, but please write something, and because there'll be a record of it, and email it so that it's timed. And just give your opinion on this, that you've reviewed this video of this chief and the violent level that this man suffered, a collapsed lung, broken ribs, etc. And I don't go crazy or curse words, nothing like that. Politely, please make a plea to this DA to restore trust.
Well, here's my
to restore
plea.
trust in these law enforcement officers who, I don't see anything where they acted unprofessionally.
My plea to the district attorney in this politically charged county that is now Bucks County. These kids want to act like adults. They want to think that they know everything about ICE and the way detention works. Well, then charge them like adults. Don't give these. But apparently, they've already tossed the felonies.
Right.
So, okay. But, you can still do time with misdemeanors. Now, of course, you're going to factor in they're all minors. So if they complete ARD, which might be probation, fine, probation, they're going to have their record expunged, which will be a clean slate again at 18. But you know what? If you sentence them to 30 days, I think a lesson would be learned.
What would my gal have done, Dawn, if she was still the DA there in Bucks County? What would she have done?
Jen Shorn.
Yeah, we have this.
Well, what would my gal have done if she was the DA of Bucks County?
Janine.
Judge Janine.
Judge Janine.
There'd be no more hogwash in Quakertown.
This story infuriates me. It just infuriates me on so many levels. It's like, look, I have no problem with high school kids protesting if they want to protest. I don't think, but like if you're going to block traffic and you're going to slam cars and whatever else they were doing, there's going to be consequences. Yeah. And those consequences are going to be, if you resist arrest, then we're going to restrain you. And unfortunately, it's a 15-year-old female. I don't care if she was 5. Restrain her. It doesn't matter. You don't know. You don't know any of this. Yep. I'm like, the narrative around this it's already out there. It's like, these cops going out and just going rogue and beating up poor kids who are just trying to have their First Amendment rights, and it's a chokehold and all this. They should have beat them harder.
It looks like we have some breaking news that Iran has now launched attacks on Kuwait.
Oh, good.
And the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, is launching their own strikes.
Good.
Maybe they're listening to
Greg,
Eternal brand manager, Gregory Stalker.
Thank you.
They're retaliating against Iran. So now you have the United Arab Emirates firing back. And so Kuwait said it shot down a pair of drones from Iran flying overhead. So that's the latest in this situation.
Well,
as President Trump departs for, obviously, China to meet with Xi.
Yeah. Road Warrior says this was a total failure on the part of the school administration. I agree with you 100%. 100%. This is they allowed this to happen. They sent out, and all schools in this area did that too.
Were any of the Bucks County 5 reprimanded after they reached the point where they went beyond speech and started destroying property?
Well, they were jailed. They did spend the week. Most of them, I think, spent the...
No, I mean school-wise.
Oh, I don't know.
Out of school suspension, possible expulsion.
I did not hear that because I think the school was waiting as well for the district attorney, Joe Kahn, to see what was the finding here.
Oh, he's still waiting here. It happened in February.
I don't like that. It's like in the NFL when the league waits to punish a player until the criminal justice system plays out. They're separate entities. If you're the superintendent...
We want to hear from the DA. We want to hear from Joe Kahn.
See? So they still haven't heard from Joe Kahn. This happened February 20th.
I want that guy to shave his beard.
February 20th. And the stupid Bucks DA still hasn't weighed in.
It was 11 weeks ago.
Oh, God. He's sitting on the sidelines like Sherelle Parker. Take a stand, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. It's very sad. So I gave you that breaking news. We also have... I want to get to this story because I didn't get to this yesterday. And we have an update. This is number 2 in the big 3. A Pennsylvania woman spending Mother's Day in jail, accused of leaving her young children home alone to go out for a drug deal. That's when a fire broke out inside of her home. And despite the neighbors calling 911, first responders rushing to the scene, her children, ages 5-month-old, a 5-month-old baby, a 3-year-old toddler, and a 5-year-old, they died in the house fire home alone. This is 22-year-old Denaja Shalita Williams, charged with third-degree murder, endangering the welfare of children, aggravated assault, among other charges. The fire broke out The fire actually happened Sunday afternoon, March 29th, claiming the lives of these 3 young children. Just a real tragedy. This is in Erie County. The DA calling it heartbreaking and completely preventable.
Oh, God.
It's just so sad.
A male, possibly white.
And I mean, it's heart-wrenching, but the point is that this DA, identified as Elizabeth Hers from Erie County, is throwing the book. This mom, they denied her bail, and she is charged with, it's not first-degree murder, obviously, but it's third-degree murder. They're throwing the book at this woman.
Negligent homicide?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is,
Yes.
think about now, back-to-back days of stories.
I know.
The mom goes into the casino, leaves the little toddler in that was what, Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Yeah.
And now this.
Erie County District Attorney Elizabeth Hers releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "This is a heartbreaking but completely preventable tragedy. The evidence shows these young children were left without supervision in a situation where they needed their mother to protect them and keep them safe. That duty was abandoned with devastating consequences."
Think about this too. Think about the terror with these kids going through this.
Yeah.
And their mother, nowhere to be found.
No. Gotta get more blow.
And the thing about the kids, the 911 calls went out about 4:30 in the afternoon. So this was not at nighttime. These kids were not sleeping, to your point. They were trapped in that house with a fire and
Breaks my
smoke.
heart.
I know.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Got to cook her alive.
And these people need to.
Yeah. Well, she's an addict, Greg.
I know.
She couldn't help herself.
We're gonna hear all about it. We're gonna hear all about why this scumbag
She needs rehab.
Couldn't take care of her kids.
So we do
the
have
one job you have in life. Protect your children. The one job you have in life. The most important thing you could ever do. And these people treat it like it's nothing. It's nothing.
That's why I take my daughters with me to the liquor store.
We do have, by the way, Doug Mastriano, Pennsylvania State Senator. Yes, well, Doug Mastriano nominated to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to Slovakia. So he is currently serving as a Republican senator, as you know, in Pennsylvania, represents Adams and Franklin counties among more than a dozen nominations sent to the U.S. Senate on Monday by President Trump. And Mastriano says he's deeply honored and humbled to be nominated to the position by President Trump. So he still has to go through the confirmation process. But Doug Mastriano looks like he'll be ambassador to Slovakia.
There's a job.
What exactly do the job details entail?
It's nothing. It's
where ex-girlfriends and
it's the Make-A-Wish. It's a Oh, you could be ambassador to this. Here you go, sir.
Is it
you got trounced?
Is it a paid position?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, I've always wondered about these.
I think if you're, let's see,
or are they just ceremonial titles? I have to look that up.
Well, how about Kimberly Kimberly Guilfoyle? That's why I said ex-girlfriends. Ambassadorships, you get pay, you get you get a house, you get a free place.
Yes.
You get paid. Yes, you
U.S.
do.
ambassadors receive a full annual salary, which often ranges from $124 to $187.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's on top of your senator's salary. You just doubled up your income.
Sometimes reaching up to $240,000.
Yeah, up to $200K.
So when Odyssey whacks me, I can petition to be an ambassador.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the ambassador to be between what nation creates vodka at the highest rate? I'll be the official vodka czar.
So when Don Jr. dumped Cruella, Kimberly Guilfoyle, they gave her an honorary position.
She gets she's the ambassador to Greece.
Wait, Don Jr.'s been divorced twice now?
No. Shh.
Oh.
No,
well, he was married to
He was dating
Vanessa.
Kimberly, and then they broke up. But she helped with the campaign. Remember, she had a campaign position and whatnot.
Well, the reason I bring it up is tomorrow I want to, and they're talking about it on TV, but it's going to be on the show sheet, whether or not Tiger Woods' prescription medication should be allowed admissible in court.
Because they didn't have like a search warrant.
Well,
he emptied out his pockets or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of they're talking about it now. I think it's kind of a fascinating challenge that his legal team is making. So.
By what? Because it's prescription, so it's not illegal?
No, it's probably that
Or HIPAA?
I
His
think
employer, right?
I think it's probably that he emptied out his pockets or something. They had him empty out
Because
they
they've
ordered
subpoenaed,
him They ordered him to empty his pockets. So did he have to give that up? He didn't have to. He could have said, "Oh, I really prefer not to," or he could have pulled it out of his pocket and said, "There are some things in my pocket that are private that I don't want you to."
They're trying to make an example out of him, and I don't disagree with it. And Vanessa has told him, "Here's the list of items that you need to fly right with."
Vanessa,
and she did a big story.
Straighten up and fly
She said,
right.
"You need to adhere to these 10 things, or I'm out ski."
Is Don Jr. He's going to marry Bettina, right?
Mhm.
Bettina.
They had a big engagement party.
You think Don Jr. hates Tiger right now? He's like, "Man, Tiger's
No,
banging my ex."
He doesn't care.
He
You don't think so?
No, I don't think he cares. I don't.
Care. He's too bad. He's too busy grifting the public. He doesn't care what other people are doing.
Stop.
Greg, he's
All
a
right.
hard worker.
No,
right?
He's a very hard worker.
Okay. How's that
Number
Trump?
number
how's that
three.
How's that Trump T1 phone
Let's
coming?
keep it moving, Stansley. Naps
How's
need
that
to be had.
How's that Trump T1 phone happening?
Never forget, naps to be had. Keep it moving.
We are sponsored by number 3, threats of violence forced to beef up security at meetings in Montgomery County. This is Limerick Township, and residents fighting this newly proposed AI data center in their community. So we've talked a lot about these AI data centers. Here's the update from NBC 10 reporter Johnny Archer. He was there for the protests, as well as we have last night's community meeting.
From Springford High School to the township building here behind me over safety concerns, the township manager tells me they've gotten threats like burning down the building. Many people opposing this data center project. There was increased security here inside the meeting as well. Now, before the meeting, there were people outside protesting against the Project Laurel Data Center. It's a data center that is proposed to be built near the Limerick Generating Station on a 191-acre campus. That's about the size of a 145 football field side by side. We spoke to one woman who's concerned about the environmental and health impacts this data center could have.
They're just not safe, and they're not. I mean, this is our town. They're ruining our town, and it's money that's ruining it.
How long have you lived in this area?
2005, so 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah. So it's very hurtful to think that we're destroying our land here for something that will probably go away in 10 years.
Now, tonight's meeting was
145 football field.
Huge.
Jesus.
It's over kind of by the outlets.
Yeah. I took the girls for back to school shopping 2 years ago over there.
Yeah, I love the outlets.
It's a good spot.
Yeah.
We've talked about this from the energy bill standpoint, but there was a petitioner or a protester, I should say, there with a sign about protect our water. I didn't even think about the environmental impacts.
And that's what they're worried about. So they have a series. I think the next town meeting is June 16th. They have a series of these meetings that they're required by law to have to answer the community's questions. So, I was going through it. I didn't see many of their questions being answered in detail. Dan Borowski went through it. It's this long, boring meeting.
Right.
And so they're really demanding some numbers here. Is this going to, first of all, they've seen what we've seen in New Jersey.
Yeah.
So in New Jersey, is this going to have this loud humming noise?
Well, let's hear it. What a disruption.
Now, that's New Jersey.
It literally sounds like a helicopter above your house.
It does.
Yeah.
But can I tell you something? In New Jersey, those companies, those AI centers, they claim that's a lie. They claim that there's no noise.
Oh, so that's a fake video?
That's what they claim. Wow. I don't know, so if you live by one of these, I would, it's pretty easy to prove.
I mean,
isn't it?
Look, if it
Whether you hear it or not?
if there was like an environmental impact, but I didn't hear it and it didn't change my utility bill, I probably wouldn't have much of an issue. But I believe that obviously the billing is going to be sent to us, which sucks. And you have just don't burn down the Limerick Township. That's going to accomplish nothing. Don't be one of these people.
Yeah. So, and the bottom line on something like this, there's a whole process, right, of these town hall meetings. If at the end of the this hearing process that the data center has to go through, if it's then approved, there would still be a series of land use hearings. And then the developer would need to get environmental approval from the PA, the Department of Environmental Protection.
I mean,
so there are a lot of steps.
Football fields are 50 yards wide. 145 of them is 7,250 yards. That's just how many feet are in?
It's 3 million square feet.
It's almost a mile.
The problem is with this is that okay, so where do they go? We want all this data. We want all this convenience. Everybody wants all this stuff. So everybody's like, well, not in my township. Well, not in my township. Well, not in my township. So then where do they go? You know what I mean?
I guess the cloud is full.
And I'm agreeing with you guys that I don't want that in my township. But because it's like the average, it raises electric bills is like 267%.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
It's insane.
Let these big corporations pay it. Why do we have to pay it?
But it doesn't. They say that, but then they'll just get some subsidy, and they'll end up paying no income tax, and it's a wash for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dr. Mike checks in, the chiropractor, the fake doctor.
Fake doctor.
He says the real water concern with the data centers is how much water they utilize to cool down the towers.
Oh,
yeah. Remember how some of these data centers and these grids, they overheat, right? This would never happen in Royersford.
So then, only in Limerick.
Only in Limerick, yeah.
So let me do the. You guys texted me this hantavirus story, this hantavirus story that we did a ton on yesterday, wall to wall coverage. But the title here from NBC in particular was that how easily does this rare but unfortunately more deadly strain of the Andes strain or the NDV virus of hantavirus. And so that's the question. How easily does it really spread? And that's the real question that people are asking. We keep hearing that it's very rare, it's hard to spread, but then when you look at how many people, as far as the confirmed cases, it continues to rise. So a lot of people are saying, wait a minute, how easy can this spread human to human?
This, and the reason I sent it, because I want to actually physically punch the actual tweet. Like, I want to just, as I'm looking at the link right now, I want to put my fist straight through the phone.
Because he's hangry.
Well, no, I'm just tired of the experts. It has been assumed that hantavirus is contagious only if someone is in close contact with somebody who's having symptoms. Some experts now suggest it's possible it may be more contagious than thought.
God.
Again, here we go. Run the same playbook back. The experts already, now we're going to get it wrong again.
Do you have, Dan, can you grab 27 real quick from the cut sheet? This is the WHO's Tedros, is that the guy's name?
I think
from
so.
The WHO.
Saying that he expects more cases of hantavirus to be announced. Roll this.
On more cases, as I said it in my speech, we would expect more cases because, as you may remember, the index case, the first case in the ship was on April 6th. And until the report was confirmed as infectious, that's around April 24 or 25, there was a lot of interaction actually with the passengers. And as you know, the incubation period is also 6 to 8 weeks. So because of the interaction while they were still in the ship,
and how long it takes
they started taking some infectious prevention measures, because of the interaction, we would expect more cases.
So
Awesome.
To translate those last 60 seconds.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. And by the way, two cases in Maryland now, according to WTOP.
Yep.
So we have New Jersey, Maryland, New York. What state is sandwiched between those?
Now, New Jersey, those two people who were never on the cruise ship, just to be clear, I mean, we did wall to wall on this yesterday, which is why I didn't do it in news today or whatever. But I will say this, those two New Jersey residents, they flew on a plane where there was somebody with it from the cruise ship. So the people in New Jersey have not been symptomatic and have not tested positive. Okay. They're just monitoring them as a precaution because, in fact, they had very close contact. And I wonder, did they know that? You imagine how furious you'd be? But it was an international flight, so which means it was a long flight.
self-isolate at home. I just saw that
What could
flash
possibly
up
go wrong?
on the
Sounds like
Today
a
Show.
nice YouTube handle. Self-isolate at home.
Oh my God! Allowed to self-isolate at home. Oh God!
But I think about even flying on an international flight, and you're still, even if you're in first class, you're sitting right next to somebody, and then they're like wiping their face or their nose, and then it's always aggravating because I always end up in the middle seat, right? And then you're in the middle seat, so if you want an armrest, you're like doing the armrest battle. Which I always give up on. Yeah. But if you do, I don't even put my hand on the armrest because they put their slimy hand or arm on the armrest.
Yeah. Stop traveling to slimy nations.
So you could potentially on a flight, if somebody sneezes or wipes their eye or whatever, you could potentially, bump their arm or whatever.
By the way,
it's close, prolonged contact.
Speaking of that, Dawn,
Ew.
I was right again yesterday, right? You don't have pink eye.
Oh,
you're
thank
welcome.
you for asking.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you know why I don't have it? Because I went to the doctor, and because I needed to go anyway because of the appendix thing, and I got erythromycin because I have pink eye, the bacterial kind. So there, poopy head.
You do have it?
Is that
Yes.
a cream? Was that a cream?
It's the gel erythromycin or whatever starts with an E.
Yeah.
So I have, and I've been treated.
Does it sting when you put it on?
How's the
stop going to third world countries?
Erythromycin.
Disgusting.
No, it's because
you don't want to be here.
No, it's the bacterial kind of pink eye is where you catch it. Your kids get it in school or daycare.
Yes.
Whose kid is in daycare?
Mine.
And no, Dan.
Oh, Dan.
So he has had it in his house, and then the problem is the daycare where your baby caught it from. Then they won't let you bring your baby to the daycare because they now caught it from you at your stinking daycare.
And Dan was also at the White House yesterday, so the Indiana football team's going to come down with it.
How's the appendix?
It's fine. But I did go to my Penn Med wonderful doctor. I love my doctor. And so he goes, "What did you do? What happened?" I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, "Because they put in my chart that I was like there's a name for it.
A bitch?
They were. I wasn't. You can ask Larry and Michael. I was very nice. But I went AWOL. Like they put in my chart.
I can't envision Dawn being mean to anybody in the
mean.
public sector like that.
And remember, the hottie surgeon guy was like a hottie.
Yeah.
But it was the lady was like, I think, Michael thinks that she knew who I was.
So
that she was woke.
The bottom line,
if I'm telling you the truth.
The bottom line, no surgery.
No, my doctor said, look up the statistics of people who sometimes, if you don't have the the bad appendicitis, like all those symptoms, sometimes you might have had an allergic reaction or something like that, and they can't explain it, so they put you on antibiotics, but you did not have you really did not need to have surgery.
Yeah, and as Dan just typed up, why would you need surgery for punk eye? Punk eye. I'm Ron Burgundy. I read the teleprompter. Pink eye. I'm Ron Burgundy.
Poor Dan. Dan looks beat up.
Yeah. Dan's ready for another maternity leave.
New Parenthood.
Yeah.
Have you guys all seen the movie Parenthood?
I'm living it in real life.
With Steve Martin?
Yeah,
of course.
It's my husband's favorite.
It's one of my favorite movies too.
So we'll have
one
to.
Of my favorite movies too.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Dan's giving the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves.
We've all been there, Dan.
Johnny had his first boner.
Yeah.
It's a real. That's a real.
That's a line.
Yes, 100%.
He's quoting a movie.
Yes.
Nothing dirty.
I remember I watched that with my parents. I think that movie came out in like 88 or 89. And I remember I watched that with my parents at like 8 or 9 of them. I looked at my mom and I was like, "What's that?" She's like, "Oh my God."
It's like, oh no. What do we do here?
There's a lot of names for it.
Okay. All right.
Varsity Blues.
Yeah. All right.
Remember that scene?
So we'll continue to update you on all of these stories, but Greg has to go to a big corporate meeting,
Biggity-big.
And somebody's overdue for his nappy.
I was going to give you my top
And
Keanu Reeves movies.
Oh.
There's only two of them. Speed and The Replacements.
But Parenthood's a good movie. It's a
Is
good
it? I've never
thought
seen it.
for.
I would say this.
Don't tell me Matrix.
Keanu Reeves. No, I would say Parenthood and Point Break.
Oh, I'm with Greg.
Point Break.
you.
That's a
Good
bad
call.
job out of me. I will
call.
admit, I'll self-report. I've never seen Point Break.
Johnny Utah, Ohio State Buckeye. How you doing, man? Come on. Point Break's one of the greatest movies that's ever made.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
That's ever been made.
Agreed.
It'll be on my weekend list.
All right, weekend list. Thanks, guys. American Heritage Credit Union, thank you. This has been a big 3, and we got to talk about American Heritage Credit Union bringing us and sponsoring the big 3. My CU Home Connection program, the perfect solution for home buyers and sellers. Apply for a free pre-approval, AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection, insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity, not a member, no problem. Join today, NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union. Let's talk about Piazza, because we love Piazza. Piazza Honda, Piazza Auto Group. There's power in the Piazza Auto Group. Get ready. Ride in style this summer with that new, or what about a certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting? My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're here to assist you in your unique vehicle search. And that's really across our entire region, because the Piazza Premium family features dealerships across the entire